Chapter 1487. While the stones of the Sun Divine Hall were simple and unadorned, the flames here made this place look holy and bright. It was a treasured land of immortals. Jianghu was furious. His Taoist robe made of golden feathers fluttered in the wind. His face was full of murderous intent. His clansmen that had come to Big Dipper had all been killed. This was a bolt from the blue. His blood rushed to the top of his head. His entire body glowed as he trembled. He pointed at Yi Fan and shouted, "Evil creature, you are so cruel. I swear I will take your life. Those who kill will be killed." Yi Fan looked at him calmly, his words calm. "For your disciple, you killed all the experts of the crow nest and stained the earth with blood. How cold is your heart?" The great sage Jianghu shouted. Yi Fan frowned and said, "If your clan did not kill my disciple and cripple his body, why would I act? You swore to take his life. The young ones could not win, so the old ones came out. From top to bottom, from the old to the young, the entire clan wanted to kill him. This child had no place to hide in this world. His blood splashed in the sky and he had to flee with his broken body. Have you ever had a shred of mercy? Your hands are stained with the blood of the Golden Crow clan. The heavens cannot tolerate this. If you are not killed, it will anger both men and gods." Jianghu's golden hair danced in the wind. His face was twisted and frightening. Yi Fan's gaze was deep and strangely calm. He said, "If there is a heavenly law, your clan should not exist in this world. Your lives are lives, but are the lives of others not? Your face is ferocious, and your clan is cruel. As for the portion of the Golden Crows that came to Big Dipper, if your Fire Mulberry planet insists on being enemies with my bloodline and goes to battle, I will kill your entire clan." "You arrogant!" Jianghu's eyes were frighteningly red. When had the Golden Crow clan ever tasted such a blood crime? Being ridiculed like this today made him extremely angry. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he said, "I never bully others. If others respect me, I will treat them tenfold. But if anyone dares to act like a tyrant over my head, I will chop them down with my saber. I am a man of my words. If your Golden Crow clan insists on forcing my hand, then there will definitely be a battle on Huasong planet in the future. After discussing the Tao to the death, I will make a trip there myself. Remember your own words. Sooner or later, someone will kill you." Jianghu said coldly. "Although our bloodline doesn't bully others, we don't fear challenges. If anyone dares to force us, we will dye the heavens with blood and kill them all." Yi Fan's killing intent surged as he pressed forward with large steps. In the face of his enemies, he would not speak of benevolence. That would be hypocritical. A virtuous divine lord always liked to stand on the high ground and give orders, so he could ignore it. In the process of the tit-for-tat confrontation, the two's auras rose rapidly, reaching a critical point. Neither of them dared to underestimate the other, so they used this time to adjust themselves and reach their strongest state. Meanwhile, at this moment, they even more so walked out from the stone palace, rushing out from the sun star, both arriving in outer space. It was because they couldn't move freely there. Jianghu attacked. 10 beams of divine light shot out from his fingertips, piercing through the stars. This was the Golden Crow bloodline's world-shaking divine technique. 10 split the world. Yi Fan let out a soft cry. His hair danced in the wind as he spat out a Tao diagram from his mouth. This was the Taiji, the embodiment of his Sea of Reincarnation Tao laws. Now, he was using the divine carving technique to display it. Pop! The two collided. Although it was only a light sound, it created a terrifying shockwave. The old Golden Crow's 10 beams of divine light were destroyed and the surrounding meteors were turned to ash. In the end, this entire star domain began to tremble. Rumbling sounds rang out like landslides and tsunamis, shaking the hearts of everyone. When everything disappeared, Jianghu's 10 fingers had been shattered and were dripping with blood. He stood in the distance without a single word, his body trembling and his face ashen. Yi Fan's Tao diagram had also been shattered, but he himself was safe and sound. His clothes were not stained with blood, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were clear and bright. Jianghu's mind was shaken. The human race's divine body gave him a bad premonition. This was only the Saint King realm, but he was already a match for him. If he continued to grow at this speed, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. In the future, he would become the Golden Crow bloodline's most terrifying enemy. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that their emperor would emerge from seclusion sooner or later. At that time, he would definitely be able to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jianghu flapped his wings, revealing his magical body. A giant golden crow appeared behind him, as if it had been chiseled from a golden mountain. It shone with dazzling light and an oppressive pressure. The golden crow let out a long cry, shattering many of the surrounding meteors. The nearby smaller ones all exploded. It whistled through the world, causing the sun and moon to tremble as it pounced over. Yi Fan was fearless. He stood where he was and moved his arms, displaying his own technique. His palms and fingers drew out mysterious trajectories, and a precious mirror appeared above his head, dazzling and resplendent. With a Wonglong sound, the precious mirror flourished with dazzling light. It rushed towards the golden crow, illuminating its golden divine feathers and causing them to fly everywhere. Clang! Then, as Yi Fan's hands moved, a celestial sword with a dragon's head as the blade and a dragon's tail as the hilt appeared. It blossomed with the most brilliant multicolored light in the world as it cleaved downwards. With a puff, the golden crow's head was chopped off. Its body was split into pieces, dripping with fresh blood as it was chopped down from the sky. This was Yi Fan's technique and Tao. He had refined the fighting character formula and turned it into his own. He performed the Void Mirror and Tai Sovereign Sword in succession, traversing hundreds of thousands of miles and swallowing the Milky Way. On the other side, Great Sage Jianghu's body swayed. His magical body was chopped, and his true body was also affected. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body trembled as he retreated. Who knew how far before stabilizing himself? Only those in the middle or later stages of the Great Sage can suppress you. Jianghu's expression was cold. His Taoist robe was stained with blood, and a trace of cruelty flashed through his eyes. He suddenly let out a long roar, and his forehead shot out rays of light that shot into the sky. A fist-sized golden crow flew out, illuminating the dark universe. It held a special weapon and charged towards Yi Fan. There was actually a wisp of Emperor's qi pervading the air, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. It was as if the entire universe had collapsed, rumbling and destroying all things. Yi Fan's expression changed for the first time. This was indeed a wisp of Emperor's qi, and it was terrifying to the heavens. Ordinary Saint Kings and the initial stages of the Great Sage would undoubtedly be turned into dust if they were to face it head-on. The fist-sized golden crow was Jianghu's primordial spirit. It held a precious fan, and the dozen or so golden feathers on it were too dazzling, making one feel suffocated. The divine might was emitted by them. Yi Fan instantly knew what they were. They were the divine feathers of the quasi-emperor, and they could suppress the world. They had been refined into weapons, and they were incredible. If the great sage were to face them head-on, he would die without a doubt. Jianghu's eyes were cold, and he revealed a cruel smile. It was as if he could see the fate of Yi Fan being torn to pieces. He could only unleash the power of such a weapon with the full power of his primordial spirit. It was absolutely terrifying. However, his smile quickly froze. With a soft clang, Yi Fan pulled out a dark red killing sword from behind his back and hacked down. Boundless sword chi fell like a river of stars, drowning the universe. Crack! The dozen or so golden divine feathers broke on the spot, and then suddenly exploded. The fist-sized golden crow primordial spirit was filled with fear. It could not escape this kind of disaster at all. Under the double effects of the golden divine feathers explosion and the sword chi, it did not even have time to scream before it turned into dust, and its spirit was destroyed in the cold universe. Behind them, Jianghu's real body lost its master in an instant. It stood there like a wooden pillar, and then suddenly collapsed. Following that, golden light shone brightly, and he revealed himself. A giant golden crow lay in the universe. His physical body was unharmed, but his primordial spirit had been destroyed, and only his form was left. Yi Fan reached out a large hand and grabbed the giant golden crow. Then, he used a Taoist technique to shrink it, and rushed toward the sun as if he was carrying a wild duck. Little Kay was very uneasy, but when she finally saw Yi Fan, she immediately revealed a joyful expression, and all her nervousness disappeared. "It's the great sage of the golden crow?" Her mouth was round and full of surprise. Longma, the golden lion, the black bear saint, and the others all revealed surprised expressions. In their eyes, this was definitely a great supplement, and the world's rarest delicacy. Yi Fan nodded and revealed a gentle smile to reassure little Kay. He led the group back into the stone hall and stepped into the formation. Immediately, flames rose, and chaotic qi danced. On the other side of the formation, Yi Fan saw the light cocoon again. It was Duanda who was in a deep sleep and had not woken up yet. The heaven-devouring lid was hidden in the darkness. This place had an incomplete formation of the great emperor level, and it was protected by the heaven-devouring devil lid. Even the great sage could not barge through. Yi Tong. Little K. Was surprised. Yi Fan was relieved. His eldest disciple was indeed hiding here, but he was not in good condition, and was unconscious. There was another person besides him, and it was little Ting Ting. He did not know how the two of them did it, but they actually passed through the incomplete formation and were close to Duanda's cocoon. It was also because of this that the great sage in Jianghu stopped. Yi Tong sat there cross-legged, and he was wrapped in the sun's spiritual essence. He was motionless as if he had passed away in meditation. On the other side, Jiang Ting was solemn, and her whole body overflowed with strands of extreme yin qi. They sat across from each other, separated by 10 feet. One could see that strands of vitality permeated from Jiang Ting and flowed into Yi Tong's body, replenishing his life force. In addition, the most peculiar thing was that the two of them cultivated separately. The sun and moon were naturally released, and the 10 feet between them blended into a piece of chaos, forming a Tao diagram. Sun and moon, which is the weaker one? Yin and yang complement each other, and the world is ruled, Yi Fan muttered to himself. These two people both had rare constitutions, and either one of them would shake the world. As long as they cultivated to a high level, they would certainly be among the strongest in the universe. The ancient Sun Emperor and the ancient Moon Emperor were enough to prove everything. The two blended together to form chaos. How terrifying would the true chaos be? Yi Fan's mind drifted for a moment. Then, his mind became empty and he calmed down. There had always been legends of the flawless chaos body from the mythological era, but he had never seen one until now. Yi Tong's injuries are very serious, little K, said softly. Just as she finished speaking, her body swayed, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yi Fan felt an aura. It was the power of Buddhism, scattered among little K's limbs and bones. Usually, she suppressed it and prevented it from causing trouble. But after seeing him today, little K's mind was shaken, and she could no longer suppress it. What a powerful and pure Buddhist power. If an ordinary person is hit and purified by Buddhism, they will die if they don't submit, the Golden Lion said in surprise. His ancestor had been purified by Amitabha, so he understood this kind of power best. Divine child, am I going to die? Little K's eyes glazed over, and she fell backward. With me here you will be fine. Yi Fan supported her and pointed a finger. A wisp of golden light entered her body and began to purify the Buddhist power. Big brother. At this time, Jiang Ting woke up and saw Yi Fan and the others. She felt like she was in a dream. The chaos Tao diagram in the middle trembled, and Yi Tong was also awakened. He said in a trembling voice, Master, is it really you? Chapter 1488. They had been separated for more than 100 years, and now they met again. It was as if they were in a dream. The two opened their eyes, slightly dazed. It felt so unreal. I'm back. Yi Fan nodded. He was also deeply moved. In his eyes, the two of them were still children. But after all, many years had passed. The two of them had long since become saints. Time had changed too much. Yi Tong shouted. He finally confirmed that this was real and not a dream. But soon, he groaned in pain. Cracks appeared on his body and blood splashed out. Brother, it's really you. Jiang Ting's eyes were filled with tears. She had thought it would be difficult to see him again. She had never thought that the moment she opened her eyes, that familiar face and strong figure appeared again. Master. Yi Tong endured the pain and choked with sobs. Don't cry. It's no big deal. None of this counts for anything. Yi Fan consoled. He was talking about the current situation, but he knew that these were tears of joy and excitement. The two of them could not come out at all in the Imperial formation. That day, they had escaped here and been sucked in. Yi Fan shouted at the cocoon of light. Fatty Duan, let them out. Although all the signs indicated that Duanda might be an ancient celestial being with intelligence, Yi Fan could not feel any respect for this unscrupulous Taoist. As before, they treated each other as equals. So noisy. If you dare to shout again, I'll dig up your ancestral graves. A shout came from the cocoon of light. This shout immediately silenced the scene. Yi Tong and Jiang Ting looked at each other. They had lived here for so many years and had never heard Taoist Duan speak. How come he had woken up so quickly? As for the Golden Lion King, Gu Jinpeng, Black Bear Saint, and the others, they were dumbfounded. Who was this master? Even his threats were so unconventional. It really made them speechless. Even Yi Fan was a bit startled. He had only said it casually. He had not thought that Duanda would really wake up and say such words. He shouted, "Since you're awake, why haven't you come out yet? Wicked Taoist, I'm back. Let's see if you're still alive. If you can't, I'll bury you." Longma laughed and taunted from the side. "I hid in this place, but you found me. I can't live in peace," Fatty Duan cursed. The giant cocoon trembled and refused to come out. With a hum, light flashed. Yi Tong and Jiang Ting were teleported out of the Imperial Formation. It was obvious that Duanda was in charge here. "I can't get out of seclusion yet. I reckon I'll have to sleep for a few more years. The Immortal Ascension path is about to open, and I haven't completed my metamorphosis. If I go out, I'll definitely be asking for trouble," Duanda mumbled. The Black Emperor had once said that Duanda broke down and established, and then broke down, repeating the cycle. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, he had experienced many tribulations, and his background was great. "Kid, you're back." Duanda seemed as if he'd just awoken from a dream, and he was slightly dazed as he said eagerly, "What did you encounter on the way to actually come back alive?" "What are you talking about? Don't tell me you want me to die outside?" Yi Fan replied impatiently. He then tempted, "I saw the demonic emperor's tomb on the ancient road and saw the human sovereign. Are you interested in going there?" "Immeasurable, that celestial being. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Duanda seemed to wake up. He softly chanted to remind himself, "Calm down, everything else is just fleeting clouds. I am the only one who is true. I won't be swayed." Yi Fan laughed loudly, expressing his disdain for such a self-deceiving attitude. Longma was even more direct. He told Fatty Duan that they had entered the demonic emperor's tomb and entered the ancient celestial being's sea of bitterness. "You obtained the ancient celestial being's divine spring elixir?" Fatty Duan seemed to be very anxious. "Give me some immediately and sprinkle it on the cocoon." Yi Fan had originally come to find a disciple, but Fatty Duan had interfered and became the center of attention. The cocoon struggled, wanting nothing more than to rush over. Yi Fan could tell that the ancient celestial being's divine spring elixir was very important to Duanda. He didn't say anything else and immediately took out a jade bottle and tossed it into the cocoon. There was no emperor formation to stop it. With a crashing sound, the jade bottle shattered and all of the crystalline liquid splashed onto the cocoon. It was like a raging flame, making the cocoon even more dazzling. "Immeasurable, that celestial being's killing intent is too strong. It's almost burning me to death. Could it be that the spirit treasure celestial being's divine spring is too domineering?" Fatty Duan snorted. "Grave robber, when are you coming out of seclusion? We've already encountered the demon emperor's tomb on the ancient road of humanity. There should be other ancient roads as well. I'd like to invite you to be our technical guide. How about we do something big?" Longma asked. "Don't tempt me," Duanda said hatefully. "I really want to go, but I don't want to miss the path of immortalization. I won't leave Big Dipper." "All right, hurry up and disappear. I'm going into seclusion. I'm going to sleep." After saying this, he stopped moving. He was like a worm in a cocoon waiting to transform into a butterfly, waiting for the day of its awakening. Little K.'s injuries were not ordinary. There was a terrifying Buddhist power roaming around her that she couldn't get rid of. However, after Yi Fan's domineering energy rushed in, it gradually dissipated. "Divine child. I'm much better. I don't need to use my origin power anymore." Little K.'r opened her eyes, looking much more spirited than before. Yi Fan nodded and tapped on her forehead. A spell immediately appeared in the depths of her consciousness. "With this secret art, you won't have to worry about injuries in the future." "This is..." Little K.'r was confused at first, but she soon revealed a shocked expression. That was because a paragraph of text had appeared in her consciousness. The title of the text was, Secret Art of Swordsman. Yi Tong's injuries were also severe. He was cursed by the Golden Crow clan. He had tried to destroy his own body several times, but he couldn't get rid of the curse. This power had entangled his primordial spirit. Yi Fan's hands moved, and a powerful blood chi filled the air. He let out a clear whistle and instantly entered Yi Tong's body, cleansing and removing the curse. He then tapped on Yi Tong's forehead and imparted the secret art of swordsman to him. Little K, and Yi Tong sat cross-legged and recovered on their own. Divine power surged throughout their bodies. Big brother, how have you been all these years? Was it dangerous to compete on the ancient road? Jiang Ting asked. Concern was written all over her face, and her heart was incomparably excited. Being able to reunite with him made her feel very unreal. She was also injured, but they weren't very serious. However, Yi Fan still treated her and removed the curse power. He also imparted the secret art of swordsman to her. On the ancient road, there were bitter battles, but there were also rewards. It was an unforgettable period. Yi Fan recounted his experiences over the years. At the same time, he also asked Little Ting about her situation. Little K, and Yi Tong had also woken up. After their old injuries were removed, they were in high spirits and many times more spirited than before. Reuniting was always a joyous occasion. Everyone had endless things to talk about as they talked about their experiences over the years. The general situation was more or less the same as what Yi Fan knew. At present, they couldn't go to the heavenly village because they didn't know the exact coordinates of the outer realm. They had lost the Black Empress, and since they were in the Big Dipper, they couldn't go back. Killing Saint Qi Luo sought justice for Yi Tong, but in the end, he was heavily injured by the Golden Crow clan and went into hiding. Dongfang Yi, Yan Yishi, and the others should be fine. They might be recuperating in the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe. What made people more worried was Hua Hua. Several batches of people had gone to rescue her, but all of them had failed. Moreover, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and Little K, had almost met with misfortune. They attacked the Buddhist sect and suffered heavy casualties. The waters of Mount Meru are unfathomable. Little K, had personally participated. The heavenly village could also be considered extremely powerful, but they had almost been destroyed in the western desert. They saved my disciple. I must go and demand an explanation. Yi Fan told them to set their minds at ease. In short, his eldest disciple was safe and sound, which made him feel half relieved. Next, he began to consider going to the western desert to ascend Mount Meru and rescue Hua Hua. They've gone too far. When I come out of seclusion, I'll personally meet them and dig up all the great tombs of the Buddhist ancestors and Buddhist grandchildren. The voice naturally came from the cocoon of light in the imperial formation. Everyone was speechless. Close your seclusion. Yi Fan stood up and led his disciples away. If you really want to attack Mount Meru and raise the Tempest Temple to the ground, inform me when the time comes. I'll go and help. I seriously suspect that there's something good buried under Mount Meru. Duanda's nature was hard to change. The world was instantly in an uproar when Yi Fan appeared in the world with Little K, and rescued his disciple, Yi Tong. The strength of the human race's divine physique made all the saints fearful. He had found his disciple so quickly and destroyed the Golden Crow bloodline. Anyone would be afraid. Yi Fan did not hide his tracks. At this level, he was upright and fearless. Of course, the most important thing was to tell Li Tian, Li Heishui, and Dongfang Yi where he was so that they could reunite. You guys wait for me here. Yi Fan landed on the ground in the southern region. He raised his head and looked at the 108 mountain peaks in the distance. It was a magnificent scene. That was the Taishan sect. Yi Fan entered the Taishan sect alone and ascended to the humble peak. Weeds grew everywhere and ancient temples collapsed. It was still desolate. On a stone platform, a thin middle-aged man sat cross-legged. His aura was not very strong and he was very calm. He was comprehending his own laws and path. Wen Chong, Yi Fan called. Yi Fan, it's really you. The rumors are true. You've really returned. Zhang Wencheng opened his eyes. He was very shocked. He invited Yi Fan to the stone platform and handed him a praying mat. They hadn't seen each other for many years. The two naturally had endless things to talk about. They only calmed down after a long time. Where's Senior Li? Yi Fan asked. Master has been missing for almost 100 years. I guess he might have entered the starry sky, Zhang Wenchang said. Yi Fan started. Could it be that he would meet this old friend in the future on the Emperor's path? Wenchang, your cultivation level. Great circle of dragon transformation, Zhang Wenchang replied. When Yi Fan heard this, he really didn't know what to say. He had long seen through Zhang Wenchang's cultivation level. It was just that he really didn't dare to believe that so many years had passed and the world had changed so much. This old classmate of his could actually still be so calm. Zhang Wenchang himself was very open-minded. He said, "At least I'm much stronger than mortals. I can also fly in the sky and tunnel underground. It's very convenient for me to travel. In addition, the cultivation art of the humble peak is special. The suppression in the early stages is very strong. I'm prepared to spend 400 years tempering the sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, 4 extremes, and dragon transformation realm. After that, I'll think of a way to break through to immortal foundation." Yi Fan had an urge to vomit blood. This old classmate of his was too calm and steady. He was actually prepared to spend 400 years in the dragon transformation realm. He wasn't the slightest bit anxious. This was the essence of Li Ruoyu. Honestly speaking, when Yi Fan heard this, he didn't know how to persuade him. He really didn't know what to say. In that case, let's take it slow. Keep these well. Yi Fan gave him a bottle of life spring divine liquid from the ancient celestial being. After that, he left behind the scroll of the great Tao of nature and passed it to him. The scroll of the great Tao of nature had once been given to Li Ruoyu. In the end, Yi Fan took it away when he became a saint. Now it was like a cycle. Yi Fan once again sent this scroll to the humble peak. When he left the humble peak, Zhang Wenchang sent him off. Yi Fan inclined his head. Not far away, the stellar peak was still radiating with radiance. He thought of Hua Yunfei. He was precisely from there. All of a sudden, Yi Fan's expression stiffened. He saw a child about 8 or 9 years of age standing on a small mountain beside the stellar peak. The child had delicate features and was strumming a zither in his hands. This child bore a great resemblance to Hua Yunfei. It was like the walls were carved from the same mold. Yi Fan personally killed Hua Yunfei and saw some scenes before his death. The greatest wish of this person was to return to the past, yet become a carefree zither attendant. Chapter 1489. Yi Fan walked forward, and Zhang Wenchang accompanied him as they ascended the short mountain. The stream gurgled, and green vines climbed up the walls. The fragrance of grass and the smell of the moist earth mixed together. This place was natural and pure. The terrain in front was flat, and there was a clear and translucent pool. Wild flowers were scattered along the shore, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. A child sat there quietly. His face was filled with immaturity as if he was thinking. He was very delicate and pretty, even prettier than a girl. His starry eyes sparkled, and he looked like a little immortal child that transcended the mortal world. Ding! He seemed to have thought it through, and a pair of delicate fingers began to pluck the zither strings. The tinkling sounds were like the dripping of a clear spring, and also like the sprinkling of moonlight. It was sweet and refreshing, making people feel at peace. Not long after, the music changed and became more and more transcendental. It was as if a banished immortal was knocking on an immortal stone. It was clear and pleasing to the ears, and the sound shook the surroundings. The entire mountainous region suddenly became clear. The area in front of the pool seemed especially tranquil, without a trace of vulgarity. Many flowers bloomed amidst the popping sounds. Birds were attracted over one after another, circling around his head and landing around the zither. They circled around him and chirped softly, attracted by the superb music. "What is his name?" Yi Fan asked softly. This child was very similar to Hua Yunfei in both appearance and spirit. It could even be said that there was no difference at all. Even his music was superb, and his temperament was outstanding. "Hua Yunfei," Zhang Wenchang said. The same person, the same name, caused Yi Fan's heart to move. Was it a similar flower, or was there something else? The name is the same, but the person is no longer the same. Zhang Wenchang explained. This was Hua Yunfei's younger brother. He was born recently, and was given the same name by the master of the Star Peak. In front, the towering Star Peak stood out like a crane among chickens. It was even taller than the other mountains. Regardless of whether it was day or night, There would be large amounts of silver-white light sprinkling down from the sky. That was the power of the stars. Ding! At this moment, the child stopped playing. A pair of black gem-like eyes looked at them in confusion. He stared at Yi Fan, not knowing when they had arrived. On the star peak, a middle-aged man's clothes fluttered in the wind. He crossed the waves and landed on the short mountain. Greetings, Senior Hua. Zhang Wenchang bowed. Star Peak Lord was truly extraordinary. He was dressed in blue clothes and his hair scattered about. He looked 40 to 50% similar to the Hua Yunfei of the past. His expression was calm as he nodded his head and then looked towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan faced him calmly. This person was not ordinary, but with his current cultivation base, he could naturally deal with him calmly without any pressure. Yunfei is a good child. He was grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and couldn't escape. I didn't protect him well enough. The middle-aged man was extremely sad. Yi Fan did not blame him. Yi Fan was. Hua. Yunfei peek. I don't blame you. Yunfei wanted to kill you first, but you ended up like this. I have nothing to say. I only hate myself for not being able to protect him when he was young. I didn't see a child's desire, nor did I see his sorrow, the middle-aged man said softly. This young child's name was Hua Yunfei. This was enough to explain the problem, the grief in his heart. The 8 or 9-year-old child got up and quietly walked over. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "Have we met before? Why do we seem to know each other?" Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he revealed a look of disbelief. Yes, you are the holy body that people often talk about. You are quite similar to what I imagined. The child blinked his big eyes curiously. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Was this a coincidence? Even though they had the same father and mother, they were too alike. Especially the look in their eyes, they were exactly the same. This child only loves the zither. I will follow all his choices and let him be a happy zither attendant, said the Star Peak Master sadly. There were actually tears rolling down his face. He caressed the child's head and was filled with love. However, it was unknown whether he was saying this to his son or to Hua Yunfei in the underworld. Yi Fan left Tai Xian and sighed softly. All living beings struggled in this world of mortals. Birth, old age, sickness and death, joy, anger, sorrow and joy. How could they escape? He was also just a stowaway. You have to be careful and take care of yourself. Zhang Wenchang warned. The world was in chaos and many saints were descending. The path of celestial ascension was about to open. Only the heavens knew what kind of terrifying war would occur. Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself, "This child's appearance has given me a difficult problem." Why? Asked Zhang Wenchang. I only believe in this life. But he is another flower that is the same as my previous life after my disciple Hua Hua. Are you trying to shake my faith? Yi Fan muttered to himself. If there is a next life, a zither attendant and a reincarnation is the best ending for him, said Zhang Wenchang. Yi Fan left just like that and met up with Yi Tong, Little K, and the others. There is a next life if you believe in it, and if you don't, it won't. In the cycle of time, there will be 2 identical flowers in the world. Whether they are the same flower or not is up to the later generations to judge, Yi Fan said softly. He recalled the words of the old monk from the western desert. He knew that one day, this would be a difficult problem on his path to the emperor's realm that he would have to solve. Yi Fan had a special feeling for the southern region. Back then, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and fell into the forbidden area of the primordial era. He had embarked on the path of cultivation from this area. He brought his disciples and secretly came to the spirit ruin grotto heaven. He wanted to pay his respects to Elder Wu Qingfeng. This was Pang Bo's master and the first person who had taken him in. In the past, he had visited many times. But this time, he had been away for too long. It had been more than 100 years. He wondered how the old man was doing. However, when he came here, he only saw a grave. The old man had passed away many years ago. His lifespan had come to an end. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was a law that could not be broken. Yi Fan had once given the old man the divine spring in the forbidden area of the primordial era. Even so, he could not break the law of nature. Senior. Yi Fan stood in front of the grave, feeling lost. His heart felt empty, sour, and bitter. He revealed a sorrowful expression as he knelt down and kowtowed seriously. If one did not become an immortal, one would eventually return to the yellow earth. This should be just the beginning. In the future, as time passed, he might see more graves where friends and old friends were buried. This was a law of nature that could not be defied. This time, Yi Fan lingered for a long time. He had Longma, Gu Jinpeng, and the others leave first and wait for him in the distance. He lingered outside the spirit ruin grotto heaven alone, feeling sorrowful. With his current cultivation, no one would be able to discover him. He walked past the place where he had once cultivated and finally arrived at the Azure Emperor's grave beside the spirit ruin grotto heaven. The young grave had already been broken. The treasure that the Azure Emperor had left for future generations no longer existed. However, the Yin grave was still there. A deep black pool connected to the 9 underworlds. It was rumored that the ancient desolate tower had once suppressed it and carried the Azure Emperor's corpse into an even further region. Who is it? Suddenly, Yi Fan turned his head and seemed to see the back of an old man in front of the Yin grave. He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. However, when he got closer, he only saw that the pool was as black as ink and unfathomably deep. There was no one around, and it was empty and silent. There was nothing at all. Yi Fan was bewildered. With his current cultivation, how could there be someone faster than him? It was simply inconceivable. Was this a real figure, or was it an illusion caused by his uneasiness due to grief and thinking of the elder who had led him onto the path of cultivation? He stood on the spot for a long time before finally leaving. Yi Fan brought little K, Jiangting, Longma, and the others to the north, attracting the attention of the world. As soon as he returned, he exterminated the Golden Crow clan, causing a great storm and attracting the attention of the world. This group of people did not hide themselves and headed north. On the same day, the Killing Saint Qi Luo appeared, or perhaps it should be called the Killing Saint King. One of the old assassin's eyes was empty, as if a universe was opening in it. The other eye was filled with tears. "You're back. It's good that you're back." It was rare for the old assassin to reveal his true feelings. All these years, he had been exhausted. Now that he saw Yi Fan become an existence half a step away from the great sage, he was sincerely happy and teared up. Who said that assassins were heartless? Time had dyed their hair white. He risked his life to seek justice for Yi Tong and the others, but he really couldn't resist the great sage and almost died. Later on, he went to the western desert to save Hua Hua and almost died under Mount Meru. His aged body was on the verge of collapse. Old Saber Honcho supported his grandfather. They all had internal injuries on their bodies, but to Yi Fan, it wasn't a problem at all. Ancient Heavenly Venerable's life spring divine liquid sprinkled down. Specks of light flickered, and the Buddhist willpower was completely eliminated. "Senior, rest in peace. I'm here," Yi Fan said firmly as he looked to the west. On the same day, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others appeared and came looking for him. The news of Yi Fan killing the Golden Crow had long since spread. Now that he was walking on the earth like this, it was naturally easy to find him. "You brat. You really came back. I thought it was some bastard who wanted to trick us." Dongfang Yi was the same as before. He wore beast skin battle clothes and was bare-chested. His bronze-colored body was strong, and he carried a wolf-tooth club. He looked like a savage. He was very vigorous and had already stepped into the Saint King realm. Just his physical body alone had the power to capture flood dragons and subdue pungs. His masculine energy was so strong that it rushed into the sky like smoke signals. Dongfang Yi was very strong and could definitely walk unhindered among the Saint King realm. But even such a person had suffered greatly in the western desert and almost died. Fortunately, his constitution was special. After a few years of cultivation, his body had already recovered. Yi Fan laughed loudly and went forward to punch him. "Yi, you owe me a divine girl. When are you going to pay her back?" Li Tian came forward, still as evil as before. "There are so many divine girls of the ancient race. How many have you settled?" Yi Fan laughed loudly. "I'm not interested in them anymore. Instead, I took a fancy to a few nuns in the western desert. They're really brilliant. It's a pity that those monks were too unscrupulous. They were all jealous of me and chased me for 300,000 miles, Li Tian said with a grimace. "Serves them right." Li Tian's injuries hadn't healed yet. Needless to say, He had fallen in order to save Hua Hua. Yan Yishi's temperament was extraordinary and his appearance was excellent. Like Li Tian, he was injured, but his expression was calm and composed. Yi, you're finally back. Brother Monkey has left and GZ has gone far away. If not for Yi Tong and Hua Hua, we would have entered the starry sky to look for you, Li Heishui said, revealing his true feelings. There's no rush. Take your time. In the future, everyone will go to the human race's ancient road. Yi Fan smiled. When they gathered again, even though there were still a few people missing, it was already quite lively. He felt waves of warmth. Everyone naturally had endless things to say. They talked about many things, but there was one thing they all agreed on, and that was to curse the Black Emperor. They all cursed that this dog was too unreliable. The waters of the Western Desert are deep, and it really isn't easy to attack. Our heavenly village is so powerful and prosperous, and we definitely can't be considered weak in the present age. However, we suffered a great loss in the Western Desert, and our entire army was almost wiped out. If we want to go west, we have to be careful. This was the common opinion of the old friends. Mount Meru was exceptionally terrifying. It was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. It was difficult to attack and needed to be cautious. Chapter 1490. Such a group of people gathered together, noisy and lively, swept away the previous desolate coldness, and made people feel a kind of warm camaraderie. Although Black Emperor's character is unreliable, his formation runes are superb. He repaired 2 more corners of Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation and has 30% of its power. If he was still here, he could kill everyone. Li Heishui sighed. Yi Fan also sighed. He wasn't worried about Black Emperor's safety, but he really wanted to find him. Because of the battle in the Ancestral Temple, the coordinates of Ziwei Ancient Star Region had fallen into his hands. Attacking the Western Desert requires long-term planning. We can't act rashly. In fact, after gathering his friends, Yi Fan didn't head west at all. Instead, he headed north. The heavenly village was missing 2 important figures. They were the Black Emperor's disciples, the Silver Blood Emperors. After so many years of training, the 2 of them had been wailing like ghosts and gods. However, the effect was obvious. They had returned to their ancestral roots. Wang Shu and Lei Bo were the descendants of the Silver Blood Emperors. They weren't ordinary clansmen. Otherwise, the Yuan Taoist master wouldn't have brought the 2 babies back 10,000 years ago, and there wouldn't be the Wang and Lei families. Now, the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in the north. Yi Fan had to go there to see what was going on and summon them back. Lei Bo and Wang Shu only went to the northern region after our great defeat in attacking the Western Desert. Due to the problem of their bloodline, they often came into contact with some of the Gu clan. Who would have thought that they would be detained this time when they wanted to ask for reinforcements? When Yi Fan and the others arrived at the central region, purple qi was rolling in the west. A group of great demons roared as if they were 100,000 celestial soldiers. In the middle was a person wearing a deity battle robe and a purple gold crown. His demonic aura was soaring, and his eyes were sharp. He was surrounded by a group of ancient demons like the moon surrounded by stars. The clouds rolled as they rushed over. Brother Yi, are you really back? This person was Yao Yuekong, the current master of the Sky Demon Palace. It's me. Brother Yuekong. It's been 100 years. How have you been? Yi Fan smiled. Boring. I wanted to go to the stars to find you guys and fight with you, Yao Yuekong said. Yao Yuekong said. As the palace master of the Sky Demon Palace, he naturally had his own imposing manner. However, when he saw his old friend, he did not put on any airs. Monster, why did you bring so many people here? Dong Fangyi asked while holding a big stick. In front of them, the faces of the group of great demons all darkened, but there was nothing they could do. These friends of the palace lord had no taboos, and only they could address him as such. Aren't you going to attack the Western Desert? Bring more people this time, Yao Yuekong said. Last time, he had tried his best, but he had suffered heavy casualties and wasn't of much use. We need emperor weapons to attack the Western Desert, Li Heishui said. Everything else is useless. Go find Yen Ruyu and see if you can borrow Emperor Qing's weapon. Otherwise, we probably won't be able to climb Mount Meru. Her Highness's whereabouts are uncertain. Some people even said that she went to the outer domain. I have been sending people to search for her, but there was no trace of her. Yao Yuekong said helplessly. You owe me 10 monsters. When are you going to exchange them? Li Tian interrupted. Master, when are you going to summon us? The demons couldn't take it anymore. They left and waited for Yao Yuekong's orders. Only Yao Yuekong went with the people of the heavenly village. On the way to the Undying Mountain, Yifan looked at the Black Mountains. They stood side by side, towering into the sky, majestic and terrifying. Strangely enough, after all these years, even though there were powerful fluctuations coming from this life-restricted region from time to time, there was never a single supreme being that walked out. It was like the calm before the storm, waiting for the path of immortalization to open. When the time came, there would be an earth-shattering battle. The Saint Cliff was the same, desolate and desolate. But no one dared to step on it. This era will definitely be the most terrifying era since ancient times. The 7 great restricted regions all have supreme beings of the past hibernating, every single one of them possessing exceptional ability. Yifan said to himself. Whether the Big Dipper galaxy could still exist in the future was a question. Once these people attacked, the galaxy would collapse and all living things would be destroyed. The Big Dipper was a special place. It was known as the Emperor Burial Star. There were ancient emperors' formations and weapons. Under normal circumstances, it could not be broken. However, when the path of immortalization opened, many things that were impossible might not be true anymore. This is the accumulation of 10,000 eras, the accumulation from the ancient times to the present. Everything will be concentrated at a certain time in this era and explode. Everyone sighed. No one could see the future clearly. Presumably, even if the wisest great emperor was able to predict this era, he might not be able to predict everything accurately. There might be some omissions, and there might be unexpected changes. In the south, it was like spring all year round. But when they arrived at the northern region, the northern winds swept through the land. Yellow leaves fell from the various oases. It was autumn's desolation. When they weren't far from the northern region divine city, the heavenly drums beat and flags fluttered. A group of people rushed over from the central continent. Their draconic aura was vast and mighty, shocking the 9 heavens. The one in the lead walked with a majestic gait. His figure was well built and had a majestic aura. It was the great Xia prince, Xia Yiming. He wore the ancestral dragon crown on his head and the 9-dragon robe on his body. He exuded might even without being angry. Imperial draconic aura curled around his body. This was a mist formed from a peerless offensive technique. Brother Yi, it's been so many years. I've missed you. The great Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming, had also arrived. Brother Xia, you are even more elegant than before. Your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. This is worthy of celebration. Yi Fan went up to greet him. The great Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming, directly stated his intentions. He was willing to help them and contribute some strength. However, he also stated clearly that he couldn't use the Tai Sovereign Sword. That was the supreme treasure of the great Xia. He alone couldn't make the decision. The effects of using an extreme imperial weapon were too great. He needed to discuss it with the important figures of the clan. He couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. In reality, he only brought a few attendants with him this time. He didn't represent the entire great Xia divine dynasty. In the distance, there was a girl dressed in snow-white clothes. This was Xia Yilin. Her eyes were large and full of life. The little nun of the past had long since grown up and returned to secular life. The brother and sister had both come. They were deeply shocked that Yi Fan had returned from the ancient path. They came to meet him and were willing to lend him a hand. Sister Yilin, long time no see. I missed you. Li Tian greeted her passionately. In the end, she rolled her eyes at him. Good, your strength has grown. The old assassin Qi Luo nodded. Both Yao Yuekong and the great Xia Emperor had extraordinary statuses. They didn't need to do anything. Just by heading to the western desert, they would create a huge pressure. The divine city was majestic. This time, Yi Fan wasn't just passing by. He had actually entered. This immediately caused a huge uproar. Back then, he had carried out a great gamble on stones here. Even now, rumors still circulated. Master! Not long after entering the city, someone shouted loudly. He was panting and extremely excited as he rushed over. This was a young Taoist priest. He immediately bowed and called out Master with tears in his eyes. This was none other than the little Taoist master Xianxia. He was a disciple Yifan had brought over from Earth. After so many years, they were reunited in the divine city. Yifan helped him up, feeling guilty. This disciple had been released. He had brought him to the Big Dipper Academy and taught him techniques before leaving. He hadn't given him any proper guidance. Not far away, there was another figure. He was tall and straight with a head full of golden hair. His appearance was handsome and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. He carried a dragon spear on his back and looked extremely valiant. He was like a god from the heavens. Everyone was shocked because this person was extremely powerful. Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, Longma and the others could all sense that this person was about to enter the great sage's domain. He was a heavenly king. This was the divine knight from Earth. He was one of the people who had traveled with Yifan back then. Yifan wasn't surprised that his cultivation had reached such a level. This was because the divine knight definitely had this kind of foundation. He had been suppressed on Earth for a long time. If it had been any other place, his cultivation wouldn't have been as low as the Dao-severing realm. He had been suppressed for too long. On Earth, there was no way to take the shortcut. Vitality was exhausted and it was almost impossible to cultivate. However, the divine knight had reached such a level. One could imagine how deep his talent and accumulation were. Yifan could already see that it was inevitable for the divine knight to become the great sage. Now he could take that step at any time. He was intentionally controlling himself and hadn't crossed the tribulation. Congratulations, Dao brother. After cultivating for 2,000 years, you have broken free from the cage and finally cultivated an extraordinary Dao fruit, said Yifan. The divine knight wasn't good with words. He directly told him that he would go to the western desert with him to fight. All right, more and more people are coming. Yi, why don't you issue a proposal to gather all the heroes here and attack Mount Meru together? Li Heishui suggested. Yifan nodded and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. The Buddhist sects are powerful and need everyone to attack together. He wanted to create a great momentum and invite all the heroes of the world to raise their banners and attack the great Thunderclap Monastery together. Of course, he knew that few people would actually take action. However, it would definitely stir up a storm. Many people wouldn't participate, but they would definitely add fuel to the fire. This was enough. The great momentum of the world had to make the Western Desert apprehensive. If they could surrender without fighting, that would naturally be the best. If Mount Meru was stubborn to the end, then it wouldn't be too late to fight again. The Buddhist sects of the past used their bodies to feed tigers and cut off their flesh to feed eagles. They bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, possessing great compassion. Now, Mount Meru relies on magical power and no longer cares about black and white. It uses its strength to bully the weak, tramples on Buddhist principles, makes people into slaves, deceives the world and steals its name. Its conduct is like that of a devil. When the crusade was issued, the entire divine city erupted into commotion. The world was in an uproar, triggering shocking waves. We support the heavenly village in attacking the Western Desert Buddhist lands. Mount Meru is no longer peaceful. There should be a battle. The world was in an uproar. Many people wished for the world to be in chaos. It was just as Yifan predicted. They wouldn't take action, but they were adding fuel to the fire. Voices of anti-Buddhism rose everywhere, as if they wanted the whole world to attack together. Those with ulterior motives were in the majority. They incited the world and even the saints from outside expressed their support for the common banner crusade against the Western Desert. Apart from this, the ancient races were also like this. They feared Mount Meru the most and supported it with words. They all wanted to borrow Yifan's hand to size up the unfathomable Buddhist sections. This was a crazy wave. Discussions rose everywhere, as if the whole world was really going to attack together. The entire world was in an uproar. Master, I'm here. Long Yuxuan hurried over. This was one of the two in-name disciples that Yifan had brought over. Behind him was the old Peng King. The former golden-winged little Peng King had died. The old Peng King had placed all of his hopes on Long Yuxuan, so he was naturally heartbroken. Later on, he saw the little Peng King's characteristics in Long Yuxuan, a member of the dragon sparrow race. He earnestly gave him pointers. Moreover, he himself advanced by leaps and bounds after the great changes of the world, reaching a shocking height. Divine light filled the sky. The Peacock King and the Crimson Dragon Taoist arrived together. Now, these two could be considered unfathomable. They led many demonic race experts to respond to Yi Fan and come to provide assistance. Rumble. A terrifying aura erupted. A woman appeared. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She was elegant and extraordinary, and her figure was graceful. However, she emitted the aura of the great sage, shaking the northern region. The divine silkworm princess had arrived in response to Yi Fan's call. After so many years, she had used the great changes of the world to successfully enter the great sage realm. On her shoulder was a strange little thing. It was the divine silkworm that Yi Fan had cut out before. Now, it had turned into a little monkey. No matter how one looked at it, it looked a little like a sacred battle ape. It was unknown how many times it had changed. Its large eyes rolled around, but it still didn't choose to take human form. Other than the divine silkworm princess, she also brought a drunk young Taoist. This was the son of the ancient emperor, the divine silkworm Taoist. The storm was getting bigger and bigger. Even a Taoist like this had joined in. The news seemed to have exploded and quickly spread to all parts of the world, shocking everyone. Mount Meru won't be as calm as before. Now it must be feeling restraining fear. This is a chaotic current, but also a great power of the world. Clearly, the storm was getting more and more intense. All kinds of people stood out, advocating for the whole world to fight against the Western Desert together and slaughter their way up Mount Meru. We've come to the northern region. Are the Silver Blood Emperors still being detained? They haven't been released. Chapter 1491. Hazy mist shrouded Huntian Lake. Terrifying ancient fish beasts would reveal their backs from time to time in the water, drawing out terrifying ripples and releasing an aura that made one tremble. This was the Huntian race's important land. Not to mention reaching this place, even approaching the outer region would result in a great calamity. The Huntian race was one of the 10 great king races and was known to be able to turn the world upside down. They were second only to the Silver Blood race and the first king race. The mountains here were majestic and ancient peaks stood tall. The large Huntian lake rarely had any waves. It was located between the mountains and had waves of primal chaos rising from it. Even though we are strong, we don't have ancient imperial weapons after all. We must join hands to go further on the path of immortality. Only by joining hands and forming an enormous power network can we contend for hegemony in the future and fight our way into the immortal domain. The aura of primal chaos pervaded the air beside the lake. Several hundred people were sitting on praying mats, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. They gave off suffocating fluctuations. During these days, there had always been discussions and secret discussions here. It couldn't calm down. Over 100 ancient races had gathered together to discuss the future of the ancient race as well as the various possibilities after the path of immortality opened. There were no ancient imperial races like the Primal Lake, Fire Qilin Cave, or Blood Phoenix Mountain. There were only king races. They were extremely powerful, but the only thing they lacked was an imperial weapon. They needed to join hands. All of the powerful royal clans had sent people over. They were all very serious about this alliance, wanting to form a super terrifying alliance of powers. Everyone should have heard that the human race's sacred physique has returned and is extremely powerful. The Great Lake was as black as ink. Terrifying fish beasts would occasionally splash up a few waves. The shore was dusky and the mist was very thick. It enveloped the hundreds of people sitting on praying mats, making them look hazy. It was difficult to see everyone's faces here. They were all hidden in the mist and looked very indistinct. This added to the mysterious atmosphere. The human race's sacred physique has really grown. It's a pity that we couldn't find him back then. Otherwise, how could we let him reach this step? He should have been killed a long time ago. In the past, the ancient races had sent out many large forces to kill Yi Fan, but they didn't succeed and allowed him to escape. The most severe time, all the saints attacked together, but it resulted in serious consequences. The supreme being of the human race, Gai Joyo, was killed. So what if he's back? What does it have to do with us? If he's forced, someone will take care of him. Someone said coldly. Is there really an elder who doesn't appear? Why hasn't there been any movement yet? We should be fighting Gai Joyo to death. Let's see who in this world dares to challenge the prestige of our supreme ancient immortal realms. Everyone sighed softly. It was rumored that there were still old seniors of the ancient races alive in this world. But after so many years, they had yet to appear. It's a pity that the ancient imperial clans don't care about these things. They're all accumulating power and waiting to break through to immortalization. Otherwise, they would be able to wield imperial weapons and use their clan protector holy bodies. Everyone was silent. Yi Fan's return was a miracle in itself. He had fought on the ancient road and survived. This made everyone feel a heavy pressure. What about the Silver Blood royal family? Now that the human race is sacred to come back, will they give up? If there's no other way, just let those two leave. Don't force it. How can that be? We've formed an alliance with hundreds of royal races. We need the ancestral blood of all races to merge and the great Tao fragments to create a supreme being. These two are very important. Do you think that with so many races, we'll be afraid of a human sacred too? That's right. The ancestral blood of the Silver Blood royal family is very important. We need them to join us. We need an endless supply of blood. The scene was filled with arguments. No one could come to a conclusion. Not far away, the Silver Blood emperors were imprisoned and couldn't move at all. We all have our ancestral planets. The Silver Blood royal family isn't really extinct. There's definitely another bloodline in the depths of the universe. We don't need these two to join us. Demon Bull King, what do you mean? Are you compromising? Nowadays, it's very difficult to enter the star region and even more difficult to find this race. Moreover, the blood might not be suitable. What's so scary about the human sacred too? With so many races, why should we be afraid of him? That's right. I heard that he will definitely fight with the Buddhist sect. Could it be that he wants to offend us before that? The scene was noisy. People had different opinions. It was noisy and chaotic. Actually, it's best to let these two go. We can get on good terms with the human sacred to let him fight with the Buddhist sect in peace. We can use him to find out the real situation of the Tempest Temple. It's best. That's right. There's a great terror in Mount Meru. In the past, there was an ancient emperor who pushed aside the fog and saw a corner of the future. He said that a great sect would appear in the western desert and shock the world on the path of immortality. However, even the ancient emperor couldn't see the final truth. Humph, I don't agree to compromise with the human sacred. What right does he have? He was just a small cultivator in the past. Now, does he need to make us fear and look up to him? Yi Fan arrived outside of Mount Huntian. He had learned of the whereabouts of the two Silver Blood emperors. He had only been in the Divine City for a few days before he rushed over with his people. He didn't hide his tracks at all. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he reported his name directly. Some of the ancient race youths guarding the mountain gate were shocked. Yi Fan had killed ancient people and divine princes in the past. It was shocking and left a shadow in the hearts of this generation. Not good. The human sacred is here. Someone came to report from the shore of Mount Huntian Lake. Immediately, there was a great commotion. Many people immediately shut up. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Yi Fan arrived without being invited. He directly entered the mountain gate as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He arrived at an important place filled with dense fog. The noisy crowd quieted down. Some were hostile, some were cold, and some were expressionless. None of them said a word. The great sage and Jianghu were dead. This made many people's hearts heavy. Now that they were facing the human sacred, they were all silent. They were no longer as noisy as before. Should they fight or not? Many people had no idea. I've heard many rumors about you in the past 2 days. Some of them are your accomplishments on the ancient road. I don't know if it's true. An ancient king from Mount Huntian Lake asked. My master is unrivaled on the human ancient road. The little Taoist master Xianxia replied. When these words were spoken, the lakeside immediately became deathly silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The rumors were true. This was a rising supreme being of the human race. His future was unpredictable. Those who had spoken out against him just now had gloomy expressions. They found it hard to say anything. They felt deeply worried for the future. This news was extremely terrifying. Chi! Chi! Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed forward. 2 streaks of light flew out and entered Lei Bo and Wang Shu's bodies. The two immediately trembled and regained their freedom. They immediately stood up. Yifan! They shouted and quickly rushed over. The ancient race people's expressions were unsightly. Yifan had rescued the Silver Blood Emperors in front of them just like that. Many people wanted to stand up and stop him, but they all sat back down. The scene was very quiet. In the end, no one stopped him. Yifan smiled and cupped his hands towards everyone. Many thanks for everyone's help. After saying this, he calmly led Wang Shu and Lei Bo towards the mountain gate. Many people felt bitter. The human sacred physique carried exceptional tyranny within its gentleness. It actually intimidated over 100 races into not daring to act rashly. This was a terrifying result. He didn't lead an army here. He only brought a few disciples and just barged into this place. This was a great boldness. Without a doubt, from today onwards, once the news spread, all the races would revere him to the extreme. Brother Yi, please wait. An old king stood up. Dao brother, do you need something? Yifan turned around. We heard that you want to attack the Western Desert. We are very moved and will definitely support you. At the crucial moment, we can lend you a hand. The old king hesitated and said, during the archaic years, there was a rumor that a great sect would rise in the Western Desert and reveal its brilliance on the road to immortality. All right, I understand. Many thanks. Yifan turned around and left. After a long time, the old king laughed coldly and said to everyone, now, it's better to not do anything. So what if we give him 2 people from the Silver Blood race? We will just watch from the sidelines and see what the Western Desert's real situation is like. The divine city was in turmoil. It swept through all directions and stirred up huge waves. When Yifan's crusade came out, the world was shaken and everyone was in an uproar. The various races were in an uproar that reached the heavens. This wasn't to say that Yifan was the only one in the Big Dipper and that all races were responding. It was just that many people harbored evil intentions and wanted to use him to size up Buddhism. This was something that was obvious. Yifan understood from start to finish. He only wanted to create a general trend and took these factors into consideration. As expected, it caused a commotion. Regardless of whether it was the saints from outside the region or the ancient races, they all added fuel to the fire, causing the situation to boil to the peak. It was as if the entire world was going to attack the Buddhist sect. Of course, some people were destined to take action. They wanted to fish in troubled waters and cut down the Buddhist sect to test the waters. In the following days, the Western Desert Buddhist lands were restless. Mount Meru was filled with a solemn aura as if it was facing a great enemy. They were treating this great storm seriously. Yifan used the world's general trend to incite such an uproar. This made the Buddhist sect feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. A single mistake could cause them to become the target of the entire world and shake the foundation of their ancient sections. At this moment, all directions were in turmoil. The entire world was paying attention, and many people were looking forward to it. May I ask the Buddhas of Mount Meru, why did you imprison my disciple and make him a slave? Can you let him go? Yifan asked. He didn't seem forceful at all and carried a tone of discussion. The Western Desert refused and wouldn't let Hua Hua leave the mountain. Yifan laughed coldly. On this day, he led the army in a grandiose manner towards the Western Desert. Longma, Gu Jinpeng and the other 11 saints stood side by side. Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian were all saints. There were also saints like Little K, Yi Tong, and Jiang Ting. There was also Princess Divine Silkworm, Taoist Divine Silkworm, Peacock King, Great Xia Emperor, Yao Yuekong, and many other powerful reinforcements. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying army. Their auras shook the heavens and earth as they descended upon the Western Desert together. During this time, others joined in one after another and Ji Ziyue was among them. In the past, Yifan had only gazed at Mount Meru from afar but had never climbed it. Now, he was leading the army and was about to attack. Chapter 1492. Mount Meru, this was a grand and majestic name, the highest immortal land of the Buddhist path. There were too many legends related to it, leaving behind endless mysteries in the world. This ancient celestial mountain was not only famous in the Big Dipper star field, but it also had countless legends in the other ancient star fields. It represented the foundation of Buddhism and was of great significance. Now that Yifan had led his army here, he was truly facing Mount Meru. He was shocked to see its true appearance. Mount Meru was too large, towering into the heavens, majestic and boundless, able to pierce through the heavens, able to fill up the oceans, spanning the past and present, everlasting. Standing in front of it made one feel insignificant, like an ant looking up at the galaxy. It was out of proportion, and one could deeply feel one's own weakness. It is said that Mount Meru is 84,000 meters tall. Dong Fengyi said while holding a big stick. The barbarians felt like Bayan was facing a towering tree. A mountain was about 13,000 meters above sea level. In this way, the altitude of Mount Meru was simply an astronomical figure. Of course, its height must have been exaggerated by others. The magnificence of this mountain was evident. It could be said to be the most majestic ancient mountain in the northern Dipper Star region. There was no other ancient mountain that could compare to it. It was vast and boundless, majestic and vast. Mount Meru was only the main mountain. There were several other mountains around it, all of them similarly magnificent. There was a silver waterfall cascading down, Buddhist chants continuously sounding, making the central Mount Meru appear even more grand. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by water. It didn't seem like much from afar, but when one got closer, it was shocking. This water body was vast, and it looked like a sea. This must be the 7 treasure pool, Li Heishui said. According to the Buddhist scriptures, there was a 7 treasure pool in the land of Pure Land. This pool was natural and not man-made, so it was called the 7 treasure pool. It was also known as the 8 virtue pool because it was filled with 8 virtue water. The water was sparkling and translucent, also known as the 8 flavors water, or the 8 stabilizing water. There were 8 types of water: clear, cool, sweet, soft, moist, peaceful, quenching hunger and thirst, and nourishing the roots. The 8 virtues water was very precious, and all the pilgrims longed for it. Drinking it had all sorts of miraculous effects. It could rid one of impurities, purify one's body, purify one's soul, nourish one's 6 roots, and keep one's illness at bay. To ascend to Mount Meru, one must first cross the sea, cross the 8 Merit Sea. Longma called out, "Let him drink it all, let's see how he can show off his nobility and rarity." At this point, it opened its mouth and prepared to swallow everything into its stomach. It also took out a magic tool to collect the water. However, the 8 virtues sea emitted a boundless Buddhist light and waves of deafening Buddhist chants. It immediately blocked his spell and didn't absorb a single drop of water. Everyone knew that Mount Meru was not easy to attack, but they did not expect that just the water at the foot of the mountain was so extraordinary, like an impregnable pass, lying in front of them. The main mountain stood towering in the middle of the clear and transparent sea. It was towering and enormous, grand to the extreme. Indistinctly, one could see a few grand temples situated on the mountain. As for the great Thunderclap Monastery, it couldn't be seen. It was located at the top of the mountain, 84,000 kilometers above the ground. Even with the heavenly eye, it couldn't be seen because it was blocked by the mountain. It's too vast. I can feel a vast ocean-like power flowing on the mountain. I think even without any defensive formations, I might not be able to penetrate the Buddhist power. Yan Ishi's white clothes fluttered as he couldn't help but sigh. The entire mountain was shining. Auspicious and pure psychokinesis lingered, and there was a large expanse of light rising. This was no longer an ordinary land, but an immortal's land. Layer after layer of silver radiance rose, and there was even a faint golden radiance flowing. This was the purest power of faith. It supported the mountain, so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. This kind of power was so vast that it made one's mind tremble. It couldn't be measured at all. The entire mountain had long been deified. Every blade of grass and every tree had a Buddhist nature and was thoroughly nourished by the radiance. This was the convergence of the psychokinesis of all the Buddhists in the universe for tens of thousands of years. After the accumulation of endless years, only then did this inconceivable scene appear. In the depths of the universe, many ancient lands of life had Amitabha's orthodoxy. Endless faith crossed the void, unaffected by distance, and in the end, all of it flowed towards Mount Meru. The divine realm of the other side paled in comparison to Mount Meru. The difference was too great. This was the true divine sea formed from the power of faith. At this moment, the layers of radiance were vast and mighty, filling the entire ancient mountain. It seemed dignified, sacred, and shocking. Dang! A large bell rang out, shaking the heavens. It came from an ancient temple on Mount Meru, like a scripture entering one's ears. It was deafening and made one alert. How arrogant! Is the monk of Mount Meru warning us? Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. She seemed to have a deep prejudice against Buddhism. This couldn't be helped. The victorious fighting Buddha was her husband, and after entering Buddhism, he never looked back. There were many different opinions in the outside world. The most ridiculous and terrifying one was that the victorious fighting Buddha might have lost himself and lost his true self. Amitabha, why did benefactors muster such a large force? Buddhist Pure Lands cannot endure this type of blade radiance and sword shadows. An old monk appeared, standing at the foot of Mount Meru, chanting Buddhist names. In response, Yifan directly took out a precious bow. This was an artifact refined on the human race's ancient road. He took out a holy bone arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and pulled it back. It was like a full moon as he shot it out. This was a terrifying beam of light that contained Yifan's divine power. Accompanied by lightning, thunder, and violent winds, it directly rushed towards the old monk at the foot of Mount Meru. Rumble! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A holy bone arrow directly tore apart heaven and earth, as if it could destroy everything in its way, shattering the void in front. The old monk's expression changed. He flicked his sleeve, and the vast power of faith from Mount Meru turned into a waterfall, directly smashing into the holy bone arrow. With a pop, it exploded and turned into powder. Everyone's expressions changed. How powerful was Yifan? The arrow he shot out was enough to threaten the initial stage great sage, but it was directly destroyed by the power of faith. This place was too terrifying. The boundless power of faith was even more vast than the ocean, even more abundant than the starry sky. It was incomparable. Benefactor, what is the meaning of this? Using force in the Pure Land of Buddhism and shooting this old monk with an arrow is a bit too much. The old monk said. Yifan said coldly, I was shooting at your falsehood. Buddhism talks about the true nature, but you clearly know why I came, yet you still talk about some knife light and sword shadow, asking me in return. I will help you cut away your distracting thoughts. Amitabha. The old monk chanted, continuously admitting his sins. Bald thief, stop chanting. Hand over my nephew, or else I will sweep through your Mount Meru. Dong Feng Yi shouted. His upper body was bare, and his bronze body was like coiling dragons, flickering with luster. He raised the wolf-tooth club. This poor monk knows his mistake. I have committed the sin of anger, so I will release myself. The old monk said. With a soft pop, his body shattered and turned into specks of mist, ultimately merging into Mount Meru. Everyone was startled, and then they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was only an illusion, a shadow born from the faith power of Mount Meru. It wasn't some real ancient Buddha. This Mount Meru was formed from the convergence of the faith power of countless Buddhists. It was truly unfathomable. Dang! The bell rang slowly, and the sound waves traveled tens of thousands of miles, cleansing everyone's souls. At the waist of Mount Meru, the mist dissipated, revealing an ancient temple. This was obviously not the Great Thunderclap Temple, but a very important one of the Buddhist sections. A middle-aged monk stood in front of the temple. He put his palms together and chanted, Benefactors, please return. There are only monks and Buddhists here, not the person you are looking for. Monks don't lie. You are a Buddhist disciple, yet you speak irresponsibly. Hua Hua is on this mountain. Why do you say she isn't here? Yi Tong shouted. He was heroic, and a blazing sun bloomed in his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was shining. He questioned loudly, and his aura was astonishing. It was as if he was a deity descending to the mortal world. The false reputation of the past has become smoke. There is only Buddha and reason here. The middle-aged monk said. Everyone could already see that this was a real person with flesh and blood. He wasn't a pure manifestation of faith power. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over Hua Hua and convert people into slaves. Do you think there is only Buddha and reason here? Li Tian sneered. There is no Hua Hua in the Pure Land of Buddhism. Benefactor, please return. The middle-aged monk's expression was calm. If that's the case, we will break through the mountain gate and search for her ourselves. Longma shouted. Amitabha, this is a place for monks to cultivate. You have all cultivated rudely, please leave. The monk in the middle put his palms together and said. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, Buddha said that all living things are equal. Everyone has the nature of Buddha and can become a Buddha. What is the difference between us and you? We can ascend Mount Meru, so why aren't you moving out of the way? The middle-aged monk's expression froze, and he said, You are all demons who came with murderous intent. You have lost your true nature, so how can we let you in? What a joke. Who is the demon here? You suppressed my junior brother and turned him into a slave. We came to save him, but you labeled us as demons. I think you are the one who has gone mad. Yi Tong scolded. At this moment, a young monk walked down from Mount Meru. He wore a moon-white monk robe and looked otherworldly. He said, Benefactor, you are wrong. Buddha delivers all sentient beings and pays particular attention to benevolence. Today, the one who is fated to enter Buddhism is his good fortune. How can it be called suppression? Buddha enlightens the great suffering of the world and dispels all misfortune. However, what you enlighten is humans and suppress them into slaves. The difference between the two realms is too great. Greed, anger, and arrogance are all present. Amitabha Buddha established a sect, establishing a Buddhist sect. Believers were everywhere, gathering faith power. This was a type of magnanimity, but it wasn't to suppress one's will, but rather to mutually give and take. He was enlightening a great world, delivering all living things from suffering, obtaining faith power. However, he also made his believers full of vigor, their bodies light and healthy, mutually beneficial. Now, this type of enlightenment aimed at Hua went against the scriptures, long becoming unrecognizable. It was completely crude suppression, cleansing the primordial spirit, making her lose her sense of self. If it was to enlighten and stop fighting, then there is no harm. However, Hua doesn't have any evil, so what does it have to do with you all? However, she was crudely suppressed. Today, there must be an explanation, or else this Mount Meru will be overturned. Heaven Village's people shouted, their voices like lions roaring. Benefactors, your obsessions are too deep, distorting the Buddha's will. Why bother? This place is empty and lonely. There is no need to be distracted. The young monk said. It was clear that his status wasn't ordinary, and his magical force was great. He carried a type of calmness and confidence. Chang. Suddenly, Yi Fan, who had remained silent this entire time, moved. He pulled out a dark red immortal sword, directly hacking over. Immortal light shot out several dozen li. With a pu-chi sound, it struck this person, removing his head. Mount Meru was extremely powerful, endless faith power flowing. However, against this Emperor artifact's sudden attack, it still couldn't completely defend against it. This place is empty and lonely. Why bother coming? Yi Fan said calmly. Pooh! The young monk's head turned into a bloody paste, his body breaking apart, completely dying, full of unwillingness. Everything that needs to be said has already been said. You all clearly covet my disciples' Buddhist divine ability, yet continuously speak nonsense. I might as well help you become nothing. Yi Fan's words paused, and then he continued. I also have a method to purify the great suffering of the world. I wish to establish a sect in Western Desert, deliver all living things from suffering, starting from Mount Meru. Chapter 1493. How many years had it been since Mount Meru was bathed in blood? This place was sacred and flawless, never once stained with blood. Yet today, something like this happened. No one expected Yi Fan to be this straightforward, directly drawing his sword and killing that young monk, turning him into a bloody paste, dying a violent death on Mount Meru. This was definitely a huge disaster. Since ancient times, who dared to do this? Even if there was a battle, no one dared to kill Buddha on Mount Meru without the slightest scruple. Amitabha! The middle-aged monk at the waist of the mountain chanted, his face full of sorrow. He was chanting the rebirth scripture to carry out deliverance. A moment later he suddenly raised his head, his eyes shooting out two oppressive rays of light as he shouted, How can a great demon like you disturb the pure land of Buddhism? Wenglong glong. The heaven and earth shook violently, as if there was endless lightning resonating. Mount Meru released endless light, and the power of faith swept out like a vast ocean. Tens of thousands of silver waterfalls poured down. This was an ocean of faith. The power of faith was like an ocean, but also like a blade, surging violently, radiance reaching 100,000 zhang. It was divine and majestic as it overflowed the heavens and attacked forward. You think I'm afraid of you? Dong Fangyi released a long roar, his messy long hair dancing in the wind. He raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it forward. This weapon had previously been damaged, but now, it had already been repaired. It was a great holy artifact that possessed great power, ferocious and domineering. It was as if a pillar that supported the heavens collapsed, rumbling with noise, smashing until even primal chaos surged. Boom! With a violent tremor, the ocean of faith ahead was obstructed, and the wolf-tooth club's supreme power pushed forward for more than 10 li, but it was also dissolved. With a final loud sound, tens of thousands of zhong of lightning exploded, heaven and earth split apart. The savage took a few steps back, and the surging power of faith also disappeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was Mount Meru, almost impenetrable. One has to know that the savage was a saint king, and what he used was a great sage weapon. However, it was completely blocked outside by the power of faith drawn by a middle-aged monk, unable to attack. One could imagine how terrifying this place was. If it was the leader of Mount Meru, or the matchless old monk that walked out from the great thunderclap temple at the peak of the mountain, what kind of terrifying situation would it be? Buddhism was unfathomable. Everything they relied on was in this Mount Meru. Who dares to barge into my Buddhist sect's pure land? Although my temple is merciful, we cannot tolerate a great demon of the world causing trouble. The enormous mountain was tens of thousands of zhong tall. It was so huge that it was terrifying. A shout came from above. Buddhist powerhouses appeared. This time, dozens of arhats appeared one after another. Every one of them had attained the golden body. Rings of Buddhist light formed behind their heads, and every one of them looked dignified. The one at the center was an old monk who wore a kasaya. There were sun, moon, and stars moving about on it. His eyebrows were snow white, his face full of wrinkles. There was a type of dignity as he indifferently looked downwards. Monk, don't ask a question you already know the answer to. Let Hua out, or I will trample Mount Meru. Li Tian shouted. When these words came out, the dozens of arhats behind the old monk could not remain calm. For so many years, who dared to speak like this? What did they think Mount Meru was? That child has fate with my Buddhist sect. Leading him into the sect and allowing him to withdraw from the world of mortals is a great natural luck. The old monk calmly said. You all are rebelling, speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Guiding disciples, scheming divine abilities, despicable and shameless, yet you can still speak in such a dignified manner. Are you Buddhas or demons? Li Tian berated. He opened his mouth and spat out. A sparkling and translucent furnace flew out and enlarged in an instant. Immediately, Nanmingli fire overflowed, vermilion bird divine fire surged, Samadhi true fire surged, and 5 elements essence flames engulfed everything. This was a flaming cloud, a blazing ocean that covered the sky and covered the earth. The goddess furnace tore apart heaven and earth, enlarging to the size of an enormous mountain. Its entire body was sparkling and releasing auspicious brilliance. It pressed down, bringing with it an endless flame attack that wanted to break through Mount Meru. Buddhism has the virtue of cherishing life, but you all are demons, stirring up chaos in the world. I have no choice but to use weapons to suppress you. The old monk said. He released a light shout. The dozens of arhats behind him all moved, each of them releasing endless Buddhist light, guiding the endless power of faith to resist the goddess furnace. This was a great collision. The goddess furnace was extremely powerful, but in the end, it was blasted flying, unable to break through. Mount Meru was too divine, like a boundless emperor weapon. With the support of so much faith power, it was impervious to all methods. It also possessed endless pressure towards the outside world. Monk, are you really not going to let my disciple go? Yi Fan revealed a cold smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Killing intent was revealed. In this life, he is destined to be my Buddhist sect's disciple. The relationship between you and him as master and disciple has already been severed. The old monk said. He stared at the dark red killing sword on Yi Fan's back, feeling great restraining fear. Then don't blame me for unleashing a great slaughter. Yi Fan shouted coldly. If reason didn't work, then he could only fight a bloody battle, slaughter his way up Mount Meru. Amit Ba, excellent. Excellent. Benefactor's viciousness is too great. You need to cultivate your heart and learn to let go. The old monk advised, putting on a compassionate appearance. Let go. Bull*T. Longma roared, like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears until they felt numb. He added, hypocritical to the extreme. The expression of the old monk on Mount Meru became sluggish. The dozens of Ahats were even more dumbfounded. Who was this person? He was too vulgar, roaring at Mount Meru, speaking such malicious words. If I can stop the war by killing and bring peace to the world, this old monk is willing to be a sinner, even if my hands are stained with blood. Amitabha, I will first apologize to the Buddha. The old monk chanted continuously. Then, he raised his head and chanted an incantation. The entire Mount Meru became different. The silver-white holy light began to change into a golden color. Mental force surged violently, vast and immeasurable. There was a great pressure that pervaded outwards, as if a great emperor was awakening. It actually vaguely aimed at Yi Fan, blocking the dark red killing sword in his hands. Mount Meru was incomparably powerful. This kind of mental force actually had strands of Emperor Qi mixed together. It was terrifying and overflowing. It wanted to freeze numinous treasure celestial beings' killing sword. Moreover, a void door appeared on the mountain as if it was connected to another world. Waves of roars came from it, as if a group of primordial beasts were about to come out of the gate. They spread out a world-shocking aura. The 8 divisions come into being, protect the Buddhist sect and suppress the demons, the old monk shouted. A large black hole appeared on Mount Meru, and groups of experts rushed out from within. All of them had strange appearances and were definitely not humans. There were pythons, yakshas, asuras, golden-winged bird deities. All of them had terrifying auras and were mysterious and unfathomable. 8 divisions of heavenly dragons. Qi Luo's expression changed. They had seen them last time and suffered quite a bit. These were the yakshas, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, and other 8 divisions of heavenly dragons. They were all mysterious and powerful races that had become protectors after submitting to the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect really isn't good people. These should all be rare ancient race experts, yet they were converted into followers and reduced to thugs. Who said the Buddhist sect had come into being? These were all experts. When they gathered together, they became a toppling power. When they took action at the crucial moment, they could sweep through a region. Yi Fan had long since drawn his sword and pointed it at Mount Meru. However, it was as if an ancient emperor was truly awakening there, releasing an incomparably majestic power to stop him. On Mount Meru, the 8 divisions took the initiative. All of their baleful auras overflowed into the heavens like a surging flood. They rushed down the mountain, each and every one of them shockingly powerful. They are all saints and there are so many of them in just one division. Just how powerful is the 8 divisions? Yi Tong's expression changed. A long roar sounded. The ancient golden pang beside Yi Fan flapped its wings. Its golden feathers were dazzling. It spread its wings and rushed into the sky, pouncing towards the golden-winged bird divine division and unleashing a fierce attack. Honglong! It struck its wings horizontally like a clenched fist, killing several golden birds. Blood dripped everywhere, and feathers flew everywhere. This seems to be a type of fist technique. Its power is so great. Yan Ishi said softly. The people behind were moved. Great Pang King Fist. This was what the ancient golden Pang sensed when he watched Yi Fan create the celestial emperor fist. It stood on his shoulder and comprehended a divine ability under the Bodhi tree. At this moment, it was displayed, sweeping through everything before it. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, and divine feathers were in disorder. The golden-winged Pang used the king fist, killing all the bird deities cleanly and efficiently. Everyone was shocked. The old monk and the arhats on Mount Meru also changed expressions. This ancient golden Pang had reached the heavenly king realm and was about to become the great sage. Moreover, this divine ability was too powerful. A roar came from Mount Meru. Many golden bird deities rushed out from the void gate again, making up for the 8 divisions. This shocked Yi Tong and the others. These aren't their true bodies. They aren't the original 8 divisions, but formed from the willpower of Mount Meru, Princess Divine Silkworm said. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Follow me and kill the 8 divisions so that they can never appear again, Longma shouted. He took out an ancient tablet with the 2 words, Heavenly Soldier, carved on it. He activated it together with the 9-tailed crocodrogon, the golden lion, the black bear saint, and the other 10 saint kings. In an instant, a violent wind blew, and a baleful aura covered the sky and earth. There were figures everywhere, and their shouts shook the heavens. 100,000 heavenly soldiers appeared out of thin air, charging forward like dark clouds. After so many years of practice, Longma and the others could truly display a portion of the heavenly soldiers' ancient tablets' divine might. These 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the great army of the 8 divisions could be said to have the same effect. They were endless and boundless, shocking the world. Blade light and sword shadows, a rain of blood, war drums were like thunder, and magic treasures filled the sky. This place was in chaos, and the shouts of war were deafening. It was as if the universe was about to be overturned. In the end, the 8 divisions dimmed, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers also slowly retreated. They returned to the stone tablet, and peace was restored. They clearly saw blood splattering and murderous aura, but in the end, all of this disappeared. Amitabha, benefactor, you are too stubborn. You must know that the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved, the old monk advised earnestly with a face full of sorrow. Let my disciple return, Yifan said calmly. The fate between you two, master and disciple, has come to an end. You must know how to let go in life. Turn around and leave, the old monk said with his palms pressed together. He stared at the dark red sword in Yifan's hand with extreme fear. Damn monk, shut up, Longma scolded. When he heard the other party's benevolent words, he couldn't help but want to curse out loud. There was no reason to speak of. Is this what you meant when you said that there is only Buddha and reason left in this place? Yifan sneered and evaluated. It is as empty as silence. At this moment, he started to step forward. He stared at the boundless Buddha light of Mount Meru and advanced against the great pressure. He held the dark red celestial sword in his hand and pointed it at the old monk, ready to attack. Stopping the war by killing is not what I want. I have sinned. Amitabha. The great demon is forcing me, so I have no choice but to start killing. Please forgive me, Buddha. The old monk chanted. With a rumble, boundless Buddha light appeared behind him. He let out a loud roar and the earth shook. The entire Mount Meru seemed to have awakened, and he wanted to use the power of the sect to suppress Yifan. Chapter 1494. With a honglong sound, Mount Meru's faith power surged. A small Mount Meru appeared behind the old monk, completely formed from spiritual force. Even though it was called a small one, it was still incomparably large compared to an ordinary mountain. It towered into the clouds, directly suppressing over, faster than everything, majestic and intimidating. Everyone's expressions changed. This was clearly a type of extreme power. Strand after strand of emperor energy descended, leaving everyone shaken. Moreover, this mountain's suppression was too ferocious. It was so large, directly crushing down. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, almost impossible to avoid. Longma cursed out, saying, Damned Baldy, you really are a hypocrite, full of benevolence, all for the sake of buying time to refine this mountain. Damn you! Yifan moved, his entire body erupting with endless radiance. He stepped on a golden formation, taking large steps forward. This was the heavenly origin divine formation, the patterns he used to support his magical force and spiritual essence. Chi! A streak of scarlet multicolored light flew out. The long sword in his hand released a streak of resplendent immortal light, directly hacking at the small Mount Meru. Meanwhile, he himself was also moving forward. This was a head-on clash not only in name, but also in spirit. He couldn't cower back. It was because the old monk was definitely not the leader of Mount Meru. If even he felt restraining fear, then there was no need to continue the following battles. Yifan had prepared for such a long time, also raising his magical force to the peak. The two of them could be said to have used their most powerful attacks. When they collided, the world collapsed. Mountains collapsed, sword radiance shattered. It was as if a vast sea surged between the two, a terrifying great collision taking place. It was incomparably majestic. Everyone's expressions changed. Just how terrifying was Mount Meru, to actually stop the attack of an emperor artifact. The power of faith was tremendous and tyrannical, absolutely horrifying. The aura of a great emperor is spreading. This willpower is the seed Amitabha Buddha planted. After being supported by all life, it is already heaven-defying. The divine silkworm Taoist suddenly spoke. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The divine silkworm Taoist was drunk, in his hands a wine gourd, looking quite dispirited. This was the first time he spoke in front of others. Western desert is deep. It is true after all. I really don't know what kind of terrifying arrangements Amitabha Buddha left behind on this mountain. Chi Luo said to himself. Everyone's heart sunk. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. The old monk was very calm as he stood halfway up the mountain. The monastery behind him shone brightly, making him look holy and peaceful. Yi Fan snorted coldly. This time, he directly rushed forward, the killing sword in his hand trembling intensely. He continuously slashed out 4 times, divine force surging, all of it landing on Mount Meru. Almsgiver, you are being stubborn. As the saying goes, who can sing high in life, there must be a choice. Amitabha. The old monk chanted. Behind him, another Mount Meru formed by mental power rose and pressed forward. In the back, everyone was grinding their teeth. This kind of hypocrisy was even more detestable than a true vile person. Longma hated him so much that she wanted to stomp his 16 petals out of his face. Yi Fan sneered again and again. This time, the sword chi was especially vigorous. 4 Daos merged into one, cutting open a path. He actually wanted to charge into Mount Meru. You can't. The people behind him cried out. The old monk smiled. The vast sea of psyche power around him surged, dazzling and dazzling. The psyche power had awakened, and he was about to become one with the entire Mount Meru, controlling endless power. Chi! 10,000 streaks of sword radiance clashed with the power of faith. It was as if rivers and seas were overturned, and the entire sky was destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. The sword chi and power of faith rushed into the 9 heavens, causing the stars in outer space to tremble. And at this time, Yi Fan was completely silent. There was a myriad chi cauldron floating above his head. The mouth of the cauldron was facing downwards, and streaks of radiance that resembled silver rivers poured out. Honglong. A third type of power appeared in this place. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. It was also the power of faith, just that it was incompatible with the one on Mount Meru. The two collided, burning intensely and devouring each other. In just a split second, a vacuum appeared in front of him, and a path was cut open. The monk's expression changed because Yi Fan rushed over with lightning speed. The immortal sword in his hand trembled, cutting through the sea of psyche power and pressing straight towards him. The appearance of the third type of power broke the balance in that instant. Yi Fan was forced to a certain distance, and his sword shook, about to kill the monk. During this process, his consumption was extremely great. The accumulation of so many years in the cauldron almost reached its bottom in an instant. It couldn't compare to the boundless power of faith on Mount Meru at all. Yi Fan didn't ascend Mount Meru, because that place was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. He couldn't enter at all. Even if the psyche power in his cauldron was 100 or 10,000 times greater, it still wouldn't work. The difference was too great. However, when he approached, the enormous mountain was right next to him. The power of faith broke the balance from before. Even though the opportunity was only a split second, for Yi Fan, who was proficient in seizing opportunities, it was enough. Sword chi tore through the sky, erupting with resplendent radiance. Even though most of it was neutralized, one strand still hacked into the monk's body. With a pu sound, a head tumbled down, and blood splashed everywhere. No! The old monk cried out loudly, not daring to believe this reality. He was standing at the waist of Mount Meru, yet he was actually killed. This was just too terrifying. Just a split second of opening was seized by someone, and his life was taken. Ah! He only had time to let out one last cry before his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Yi Fan's body swayed, and he used the Xing formula under his feet. When the overwhelming power of faith counterattacked, he decisively retreated, and at the same time, slashed with the killing sword to block the psyche power. Master! Ancient Buddha! At the waist of the mountain, dozens of arhats shouted loudly, but they couldn't change anything. The old monk turned into a pool of blood, and his body and soul were both destroyed. Good kill. This bald bastard talks about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but he's too hypocritical. He should be killed with a sword. Longma cried out in satisfaction. Yi Fan retreated, and looked at the myriad chi cauldron again. The psyche power that had been accumulated over the years was almost dried up. Against Mount Meru, it actually melted into nothingness in a matter of seconds. This mountain is very terrifying. Yi Fan sighed softly. Fortunately, he had never cared about the power of faith, and had never intended to refine it into his body. This time, using it to test the waters was not painful. Dang! The bell rang, and the light of Mount Meru became many times brighter. It was like a mythical pure land, and it made one feel suffocated. At the top of the mountain, the light of Buddha shone everywhere, illuminating the entire vast western desert. Yi Fan and the others retreated, and then rose into the air, continuously flying upwards until they were level with the mountain peak. The ancient temple at the top of the mountain was grand, simple, and magnificent. It was like an immortal palace, and the roof tiles and ridge were dyed with a layer of holy radiance. A rusty bronze plaque hung on the centermost ancient temple. A few words were engraved on it, and they were written in strong strokes. It was Great Thunder Temple. Everyone frowned. Not to mention the others, but this bronze plaque was extraordinary. It had been nourished by the emperor's qi, and even now, there was still a terrifying fluctuation spreading out. The bell was long and deafening. It was huge, and it hung behind the Great Thunder Temple. Buddha's light shone on it, and emperor's qi curled around it. It's not an emperor weapon, but many things have been used by the Amitabha Buddha, and some were even personally refined. It is terrifying and shocking. Everyone sighed. This Mount Meru would definitely be difficult to attack. Even with emperor weapons, they might not be able to resist. At this time, the bell stopped vibrating. The peak of Mount Meru was peaceful, and there were waves of chanting, as if the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas were singing together. In front of the Great Thunder Temple, there was a withered tree. Its branches were like dragons, and it was extremely mysterious. Bodhi Immortal Tree. Yi Fan's heart jumped, and then he understood. This was the Bodhi Immortal Tree's previous incarnation. It was different from other immortal medicines, and each time it underwent nirvanic rebirth, it would leave behind a withered body and give birth to a seed. The chanting continued, and the entire Mount Meru temple seemed incomparably solemn and dignified. It was holy and pure, and spiritual force pervaded the air, existing together with all living beings. The violet gold tiles and the majestic temple flickered with a metallic luster, making this place seem even more mysterious and unfathomable. At first glance, it was imposing and majestic. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha, Amitabha. An aged Buddhist chant rang out in the Great Thunder Temple. Following that, the doors opened, and many golden arhats appeared. Buddhist light shone behind their heads, sacred and dignified. Next came the guardian Vajra and the others. The four most famous Vajra positions were actually inherited by someone in this generation. Dharma Splashing Vajra, Absolute Victory Vajra, Vigorous Vajra, and Eternal Vajra. Each of them was more solemn than the last, and Buddhist chi pervaded the air. The four were incomparably tall and intimidating. Behind them were the guardian deities of the Buddhas, and the most famous were the four heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra of the east, Zenith Growth of the south, Verpka of the west, and Vasra of the north. All of them were glaring angrily, looking extremely divine and holy. The hearts of the people from the heavenly village sank. The foundations of the Buddhism were too deep, and even these Tao immortals had appeared. Behind them were the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas. This made people rejoice because there were only a few of them, and they couldn't be compared to the ancient times. It was said that in the era when Amitabha the Great was alive, there were many Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas. They sat cross-legged in the heavens, and the light of Buddha illuminated hundreds of millions of miles. However, before everyone could completely relax, they immediately sank again because an old monk walked out of the Great Thunder Temple. It was obvious that he was the great sage. This was an ancient Buddha. Although his aura was restrained, he still gave people an oppressive pressure. Unlike the other monks, his head was bright, and he actually had some sparse yellow hair like wild grass. His face was full of wrinkles, like a dried orange. He was very old, and his body was withered, but the hidden vitality was terrifying. It's him, great ancient Buddha Moku. You are indeed still alive. Princess Divine Silkworm immediately raised her eyes. Amitabha Buddha, this old monk's cultivation has yet to reach perfection, and I can't attain nirvana. I can only continue to live in this world with my dying breaths. This old monk with sparse yellow hair put his palms together, looking sorrowful. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had fought a fierce battle with him, and in the end, he was suppressed under Mount Meru. She didn't expect him to escape now. As expected, everything was caused by you. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes were ice cold. This poor monk's worldly desires are void. I wonder what you mean by this, benefactor. Ancient Buddha Moku had a benevolent expression, and he was calm and composed. Clang! At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm's body shone with 9 types of celestial light, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Piece after piece of armor covered her graceful body, and the aura of an ancient great emperor was released, causing many people to almost collapse on the spot. Even this Mount Meru shook. Ancient Emperor Battle Robe. This was the celestial robe of the ancient emperor who had undergone 10 transformations in the Divine Silkworm Ridge and was invincible in the end. At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm was dazzling, and her entire body flowed with treasure light. She was like a heroic goddess of war, and the aura of a great emperor filled the air, terrifying to the extreme. Even sages trembled when facing her. This was an irresistible aura. On Mount Meru, many golden arhats were trembling, finding it difficult to bear. However, after ancient Buddha Moku called out Buddha's name, everything returned to normal. A treasured pestle appeared in his right hand, and a purple-gold luster flowed, revealing an aura that could suppress the ages. This was a weapon personally refined by Great Emperor Amitabha. Demon-subduing pestle. The arch-artifact had actually fallen into Moku's hands. There was no worse news than this. Tap, tap. Powerful and rhythmic footsteps rang out, and another person walked out of the Great Thunderclap Temple. All the arhats, vajras, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas bowed respectfully when they saw him. Even great sage Moku, who held the arch-artifact, was the same. He was very respectful to this person and bowed half a master's greeting. Chapter 1495. The footsteps were powerful, synchronizing with the pulse of this world. The golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas on Mount Meru felt the boundless Dharma, its majesty vast and mighty from past to present. Meanwhile, the people outside the mountain felt as if they were facing an abyss, as if they were facing the underworld. It was extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, this was an exceptional expert. The aura that was naturally released made all enemies tremble. Every movement he made was compatible with the Tao, coexisting with this world. This person's figure was tall and slender. On his head was a golden crown that was resplendent and dazzling. A Buddha Tao verification diagram was carved on it, containing the secrets of becoming an emperor. It was dignified and divine. Around his neck was a necklace made from divine beads and fine jade. It was like a coiling horned dragon, engraved with the figures of bodhisattvas of the heavens. Waves of scripture chanting could vaguely be heard. This was a powerful and mysterious figure. His entire body was luxurious, and great Buddhist artifacts hung from his body. He naturally circulated with world-shocking fluctuations, powerful and holy, making others feel reverence. Meanwhile, this person was actually a woman. Her face was like a silver plate, and her phoenix eyes were like lightning. She was beautiful and noble, and even more so possessed a type of great dignity. She wore white clothes that were sparkling and dazzling. Yi Tong, Longma, and the others were all stupefied. They never thought that the one who walked out in the end would be a dignified woman. However, they didn't dare to look down on her. Their minds became serious, because they felt an incomparable pressure. Her cultivation was world-shocking, possessing a type of unmatched might. Who is she? This was the question that Yi Fan and the others had in mind. This woman was too powerful. Even if she wasn't quasi-emperor, she wasn't far off, surpassing all the heroes of this world. This was a formidable opponent on the level of the demonic human and the old madman. It was because there was a type of supreme aura about her, as if she could do as she pleased in the heavens above and under the earth below. After she walked out from Great Thunderclap Temple, she no longer moved. A golden peacock appeared in front of her, carrying her on its back. Brilliant light shone endlessly. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This type of style, this type of attitude that overlooked all things, fully displaying her unmatched nature. It didn't seem like something a Buddhist would do, but from the decorations, it was definitely someone from a Buddhist sect. She wore white light clothes, appearing otherworldly and calm. She stood on the back of the golden peacock, her eyes releasing two terrifying divine radiance that swept towards Yi Fan and the others. Clang! Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he waved the dark red killing sword in his hand, slashing apart this formless killing gaze. Who is it? Qi Luo was bewildered. He had never heard of such an expert in the Western Desert, but he had heard of him in ancient legends. His heart immediately turned cold. The woman sat cross-legged on the back of the golden peacock. Buddhist light shone from her body, making her look even more majestic. Any of the pendants on her head was a terrifying artifact. The dangling earrings were like clouds, and there were sounds of wind and thunder. Meanwhile, divine multicolored light shot out from his arms. There were bracelets on his arms that looked like 9 dragons coiling around him. They were dormant, swallowing clouds and spitting out multicolored light. He carefully listened to the echoes of scriptures. This was an extraordinary woman. She hadn't even made a move or opened her mouth, but she had already intimidated many people. Who are you? Princess Divine Silkworm asked coldly. She wore the ancient sovereign battle robe and flowed with 9-colored divine light. The vast and mighty aura she exuded was peerlessly powerful and pressed straight towards Mount Meru. As the great sage, she wore the peerless immortal clothes that the 10 transformations of the divine silkworm had shed. She could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No matter who she faced, she had the capital to be so powerful. This is the Tao protector of my sect, Great Mahamayuri, the old monk Amoku said. Even someone as powerful as him, the great sage, had to pay half a master's greeting to this person. I've never heard of such an expert in the Buddhist sect. Yao Yuekong, Xia Yiming, and the others were all bewildered. Their inheritances were extremely ancient, and they had only heard of an unparalleled peacock in the ancient times. Could it be that this woman was a peerless figure that had been sealed in the source of God? She had lived until this era and had just awakened? No matter what, this was a great enemy. I come from the outer realm. As if she understood what everyone was thinking, Great Mahamayuri revealed a faint smile that made people feel even more reverence. She wasn't an ancient figure, but a world-shaking divine ability that she had cultivated in this era. This person was indeed terrifying. If she didn't have an emperor weapon in her hand, who could resist her? Yi Fan firmly believed that this person was extremely powerful and had an unrivaled aura. This was a type of shock that came from the depths of one's soul. Are you from the Amitabha Star region? Yi Fan had heard many legends when he was training on the Star Path. That place was the origin of the Buddhist sect, and it was still flourishing to this day. There was no lack of peerless experts. The peacock race had a deep relationship with the Buddhist sect. Now, they could almost be considered part of the Buddhist sect. It was fine if they didn't produce any outstanding characters, but once they did, they would definitely shock ghosts and make gods weep. Correct. Great Mahamayuri nodded. Her entire body radiated with boundless Buddhist light. The golden peacock she was sitting on let out a soft cry, making her seem like a deity, sacred and inviolable. Facing a supreme saint of the Buddhist sect, everyone's hearts were heavy. Mount Meru was becoming more and more difficult to fight. With such a powerful character overseeing it, it was truly terrible. Facing such a powerful character, it wasn't good to be rude. Heaven Village's Qi Luo saluted and spoke seriously. He directly told Mahamayuri to let Hua Hua leave the mountain. Impossible. He can only stay in the Buddhist sect for the rest of his life and can never leave Mount Meru. Great Mahamayuri's tone was resolute and directly refused. I respect you as an ancient sage of the Buddhist sect, so I don't want to be rude. Do you really think you are someone? What's there to be proud of? At worst, we'll just fight. Dong Fengyi shouted. He had the personality of a barbarian who feared nothing. He raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand and was about to attack. I thought that an exceptional ancient Buddha would understand things, but it turns out that he's nothing more than this. Buddhist sect's damned baldies, die! Longma shouted. With a clang, the immortal sword in Yi Fan's hand trembled slightly and released a resplendent waterfall. He pointed it at Mount Meru and expressed his attitude. He didn't hesitate to fight to the death. I don't care who you are. So what if it's Mount Meru? Do you think you can command the world and make the heroes kneel? Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. The battle clothes on her body clanked non-stop, and the armor moved rhythmically. The cold metallic luster shocked the world. The ancient emperor's aura filled the air and pressed down on Mount Meru. This was a terrifying fluctuation. After all, it was a flawless emperor's robe. Many golden arhats on Mount Meru trembled. Even the great bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas frowned. They quickly mobilized the power of faith to stop the killing intent. Great Mahamayuri needs the respect of the world. Originally, she only needed to take a step to become the quasi-emperor, but for the future Buddha, she retracted that foot. As soon as the old monk Moku said this, everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but be horrified. How powerful was this divine ability? Clearly, Moku was an extremely difficult person to deal with. When everyone's aura was at its peak, he casually pointed out such a fact. It really had the effect of a stick and a shout. At the critical moment, it intimidated people and struck their fighting spirit. After a short silence outside Mount Meru, Yi Fan sneered and said, "Not to mention not becoming the quasi-emperor, so what if he did? That's only the most virtuous of your Buddhism. What does it have to do with us? You can close your doors and pay your respects." That's right. If you want to pay respect, it's only your Buddhism. What does it have to do with us? Today, if gods block us, we'll kill them. Princess Divine Silkworm was very domineering. Her eyes shot out a terrifying splendor. Divine Silkworm Ridge had once shaken the world and produced invincible emperors. What kind of prosperity hadn't they seen before? They naturally wouldn't be suppressed by the Western Desert Buddhism. Hypocritical Baldi, you enslave the disciples of others, yet you still speak of benevolence and morality. It's disgusting. Now, we can only fight to flatten Mount Meru and plant the flag of our celestial court on the mountain peak. From then on, there will be no Buddha. Longma's words were too harsh. This was truly blasphemous. Mount Meru was immediately filled with coldness and silence. Everyone glared at him. A small horse dares to roar at the heavens. Great Mahamayuri spoke. He stretched out a large hand and directly grabbed towards the outside of the mountain. This hand covered the sky and the earth. It was as if Mount Meru had flown out. It directly covered the clouds and covered the sun. It was a dark mass and could even shatter the sky. It was powerful and invincible. Clang! Yi Fan attacked. Facing such a person, he could only use an emperor weapon. The dark red celestial sword shot out a killing light that was like an ocean wave. Wave after wave, it directly hit the large hand high up in the sky. Humph! Great Mahamayuri snorted coldly. Mount Meru's Buddha light was vast and mighty. The power of the heavens surged up and surged along his arm, covering the large hand. It was as if she was wearing an emperor's robe made of the power of faith. She faced the sword chi head-on and her arm was unharmed. This was a peerless terror. In the next moment, she directly took a step forward and actually left Mount Meru. However, the power of faith was endless. It surged like the sea and was vast like the ocean. It swept behind her and drowned her. This kind of person borrowed the power of Mount Meru to attack. It was truly extraordinary. Great Mahamayuri's entire body shone as endless power of faith entered her body. Meanwhile, this sacred Mount Meru power emitted strands of emperor energy. When it merged with her, it immediately shocked the world. She charged straight at Yi Fan. Her might suppressed the sun and moon and shook the 9 heavens. A great battle suddenly erupted just like that. This was a great pressure. Even though Yi Fan controlled the killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being, he still had to be extremely careful. The slightest carelessness could result in a bloodbath. This emperor weapon was only one of the 4 killing swords. It couldn't be considered a complete emperor sword. Moreover, the other party was too powerful. She borrowed the power of Mount Meru and was like a god descending into the world. Clang! Boom! Dazzling divine light continuously surged between the two of them. The sky dome shattered, black holes appearing high up in the sky. Vast and boundless black domains appeared one after another. Any strike from these two individuals was enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, they were in the boundless sky. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Great Mahamayuri was truly too powerful. Moku said that she almost took that step, but she pulled it back in the end. It wasn't without reason. She was outside Mount Meru, so the amount of Mount Meru power she borrowed wasn't as much as expected. However, it still brought about the most terrifying pressure. It was as if she was tearing through dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was also because Yi Fan had experienced hundreds of battles and wielded an emperor weapon. If it was any other great sage, they would have been slapped to death with a single slap. There was no suspense at all. Great Mahamayuris might suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was otherworldly and her eyes were as sharp as heavenly blades. This wasn't like a woman at all. She was more like an unrivaled overlord. She drew on Buddhist energy and faith power to fight a great battle against Yi Fan. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the world lost color. Mount Meru towered into outer space and the surrounding small planets exploded one after another. They couldn't even withstand the power of a casual wave of her hand. This scene was terrifying and shocking. It made people shiver all over and they couldn't help but tremble. Battle cries shook the heavens and a great battle broke out. Princess Divine Silkworm charged straight for the main peak of Mount Meru and attacked the bodhisattvas of the heavens. She wanted to cut off the power of faith and destroy the great thunderclap temple. The sounds of battle boiled. Dongfang Yi, Qi Luo, Gu Jinpeng, Longma, the 10 venerables, Yao Yuekong, and the other heroes all made their moves. The saints covered the sky and their artifacts shone. Light rays shot out as they fought fiercely. Chapter 1496. Dang! Immortal multicolored lights splashed in all directions. The myriad chi cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head was almost sent flying. His body trembled violently as the killing sword in his hand slashed horizontally, finally blocking the boundless psyche power. The great Mahamayuri was too powerful and simply couldn't be defeated by humans. She fought against Yi Fan with her bare hands, pressing forward step by step with matchless divine might. With a wung sound, she directly slapped over with a palm as white as jade. However, it was extremely terrifying as it carried the boundless power of faith from Mount Meru, directly colliding with the emperor weapon. Yi Fan held his sword horizontally as golden blood surged all over his body, raising his battle prowess to the extreme. The dark red long sword in his hand became scarlet red as strands of sword radiance were shaken out, slashing forward. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. The great Mahamayuri's gaze was intimidating as her jade-white palm condensed with the power of faith. When she slapped down, the sparkling sword chi was shattered. Sword chi crisscrossed in this place as killing intent swept across 100,000 li. The two were like 2 balls of light dancing in the air. One wrong step and blood would splatter on the spot, destroying both body and spirit. Emperor Qi pervaded the air. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. The enemy was too powerful. She almost became the quasi-emperor. As expected, she was above the world. The great Mahamayuri formed a seal with her right hand and swept upwards towards Yi Fan's chest with astonishing might. Yi Fan continuously slashed out several sword radiances, only dispersing the psyche power when they struck the precious seal. Boom! Yi Fan let out a long roar. The long sword in his hand contained the true meaning of the celestial emperor fist, erupting with incomparable radiance. He continuously slashed forward, a total of 8 times. The radiance was dazzling and the momentum was like rushing thunder, causing the sun, moon, and stars to lose their luster. This kind of might shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. Many meteorites in outer space exploded and turned into fine powder. The small planets in the distance were even more so split apart and turned into dust. However, it was precisely this kind of powerful attack that was blocked by the great Mahamayuri. Her white and flawless hands brandished the Mount Meru psyche power, slapping over and over again, forcing Yi Fan to retreat. The great peacocks might suppress the 9 heavens, his divine appearance intimidating. He was extremely powerful as he soared above the heavens. His gaze was like sword beams, clanging as he fought, becoming more and more courageous. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he tried his best to resist. The battlefield was very far away from Mount Meru, deep in the firmament. Mahamayuri had only borrowed a portion of the power of faith, and not the entirety of Mount Meru. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have been in grave danger. The psyche power of Mount Meru was omnipresent. If all of it was used on one's body, it would be as if one was wearing an emperor's robe. This was the accumulation and precipitation of thousands of years. It was rumored that the eminent monk of the Buddhist sect stood in the great thunderclap temple, innately undefeated and invincible. Mount Meru was too tall, known as 84,000. Even though this was an exaggeration, it wasn't without reason. It towered into the boundless heavenly domain, directly entering outer space, many small planets circling around it. The battle between the two became more and more intense, but Yi Fan was retreating, deep into the starry sky, far away from the main mountain, so as to weaken the influence of Mount Meru's psyche power. Without a doubt, if Mahamayuri stood on Mount Meru, Yifan wouldn't have a chance at all. That would be equivalent to an existence that was about to become the quasi-emperor, killing him with a flawless emperor weapon. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm led her people to launch an all-out attack on Mount Meru. It was even more intense. She had a flawless emperor's robe, and 9-colored immortal light danced around her body as she forcefully clashed with Mount Meru. At this moment, the old monk Emoku, who was the great sage, shone all over. He held the weapon of Amitba the great emperor, the demon-subduing pestle, and launched the fiercest counterattack. Battle cries shook the heavens. Mount Meru didn't show any weakness. The golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas all attacked, taking the initiative to attack Yi Tong, Dongfang Yi, the divine knight, and the others. The people of the Ji family, Sky Demon Palace, and Great Xia Empire had also joined the battle. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge were also attacking. This place collapsed and cracked. Divine light shot into the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. For many years, Mount Meru had been very peaceful. At most, it was just a conflict of ideals within the Buddhist sect. But now, there were countless powerful enemies, and a large army was invading. This was rarely seen since ancient times. Yifan glanced at the battlefield on the other side. He wasn't too worried, but he himself was in big trouble. The Buddhist sect wanted to get rid of him first, and then Mahamayuri would turn back to deal with the Princess Divine Silkworm, who was even more difficult to deal with. After so many years, there hadn't been many people who dared to see him as a weakling. But now he experienced it. The other party wanted to kill him first, treating him as prey. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He didn't dare to be careless, but he wasn't afraid either. He used the Rho formula and went straight into the sky. He appeared above the dark sky and was a distance away from Mount Meru. Mahamayuri let out a clear cry, and Mount Meru below rumbled. Boundless Psi-force shot up into the sky, following her into the outer realms, causing many small planets to tremble. Although her Psi-force had weakened, it still allowed her to be incomparably domineering. Her killing intent soared, shocking the world. BZZ. On the head of the great Peacock King, the golden crown she wore emitted boundless Buddhist light. Waves of chanting rang out, as though there were 3,000 Buddhas chanting, so loud that even the deaf could hear. On the golden crown, there were many vivid and lifelike diagrams. They were none other than the diagrams of Buddhas achieving the Tao. They contained the laws of heaven and earth, and the secrets of becoming an emperor. This was a terrifying magic tool, the strongest weapon of the great Peacock King. At this moment, it flew up, and the power of faith from Mount Meru drowned out the heaven and earth. The Tao tool was too terrifying. Vaguely, a Buddha walked out, pointing to the sky and the earth. He chanted sutras, and only he was supreme, wanting to suppress Yifan. At this moment, the boundless Buddhist power of Mount Meru surged over like the sea. It didn't decrease much because of the distance, especially when this tool appeared. It was easier for him to use the Buddhist power. The great Peacock Kings might suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she stared at Yifan and then at the divine Silkworm Princess. Yifan retreated again, holding the dark red killing sword to defend himself. The great Peacock King became more and more powerful. Buddhist light shone around her. She was graceful and luxurious, and the golden crown could crush the ages. She kept closing in, suppressing with the massive Psi-force of Mount Meru. At the same time, she took off an arm bracelet. It was translucent and dazzling, comparable to a diamond chakram. It shattered the sky, and with the power of faith, it destroyed countless meteors and went straight for Yifan. The situation had reached the most critical moment. The great Peacock King launched a thunderous attack, wanting to quickly finish off Yifan. This was because she didn't want to be too far away from Mount Meru, as her Psi-force would decrease as the distance increased. Suddenly, Yifan put away the myriad Qi cauldron, and a rusty green copper cauldron appeared. It was broken and appeared above his head. With a rumbling sound, under the tremendous pressure and the will force that contained Emperor energy surged over, the damaged green copper cauldron revived. Its entire body shone, green and sparkling, almost translucent. Immortal multicolored light shot out, releasing undying radiance. All the pressure that Yifan endured was blocked. A cold light shot out from his eyes, and he pounced forward with a dark red killing sword in his hand, going straight for the great Peacock King. Clang! Divine light suddenly appeared, and the sword qi was like a rainbow. Yi Fan slashed out and cut off an arm bracelet. The great Peacock King's body shook, and she couldn't help but let out a long cry. This was a very important tool to her, and she didn't expect it to be destroyed just like that. There were still a few arm bracelets on her arms that had been refined in pairs. It wouldn't be perfect if one was destroyed. What was even worse was that the power of faith was swallowed by the green copper cauldron. Even the golden crown was in danger, and the Buddha's Tao attainment diagram that had just appeared dimmed. Yi Fan raised his sword and slashed straight at her most powerful tool, the golden crown. Clang, clang. The great Peacock King threw out the last few arm bracelets. They were all sparkling and resplendent, and they collided forward to block the sword qi. However, at this time, Yi Fan not only had the immortal sword in his hand, but also the green copper cauldron. The two emitted light together, and their auras became many times stronger. Their whole body was like a celestial furnace that smelted all power and pressed forward. Crack! The power of faith retreated, and the few arm bracelets were cut off and turned into fine powder. The great Peacock King could only hurriedly put away the golden crown. She rode on the five-colored divine light and disappeared into Mount Meru. Yi Fan chased closely from behind. He used the row formula to the extreme, and the Emperor's sword in his hand was raised to slash at the great Peacock King from behind. Boom! After all, they weren't too far from Mount Meru. As soon as the great Peacock King approached the peak, she mobilized all the power of faith and blessed her body. It was as if she was wearing a true emperor's robe. Compared to before, she was countless times stronger. Her pure white clothes were torn apart by some fluctuations during her retreat, and a pair of forearms were revealed. This made her expression incomparably cold. Everyone was shocked. The great Peacock King was invincible, but she was chased back by Yi Fan. This made everyone horrified. Zoons! Immortal Ascension Cauldron. It's the green cauldron of ancient heaven. Many people cried out in surprise, including the experts of the Northern Dipper race and the Outer Realm saints who had come to watch. Summon the exorcism pestle. The great Peacock King said coldly. She stretched out her hand to borrow the Emperor's weapon from Mo. She stood on Mount Meru and was enveloped by boundless telekinesis. As long as she didn't leave the mountain, it was equivalent to having a flawless Emperor artifact protecting her. Yet, she still wanted the demon-subduing pestle. It was obvious that she wanted to rush into the sky to kill Yi Fan. Mo hesitated slightly. He held the Emperor artifact with both hands and sent it over. During this process, the power of faith on Mount Meru surged to resist Princess Divine Silkworm's attack. With a whoosh, the great Peacock King turned into a ray of divine light and charged toward Yi Fan again. The power of faith behind him swept over like a sea. Without the Emperor artifact, you're only relying on the power of faith to protect Mount Meru? You're underestimating us. Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. She was the great sage, and with the immortal robe of her race, her divine might was unparalleled. With a rumble, the aura on her body was extremely terrifying. She was about to step onto the pure land of Meru. The shockwaves surged like raging waves. Some golden arhats were too far away and directly turned into meat paste. Blood mist drifted in the air. Facing the overbearing great Peacock King, Yi Fan was retreating, avoiding his attacks and buying time for Princess Divine Silkworm and the others. However, he suddenly saw a cold smile at the corner of the great Peacock King's mouth. He immediately felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Oh no, there's a change on Mount Meru." There was no need for him to say anything. Princess Divine Silkworm had already sensed that Mount Meru was filled with endless killing intent. It was a phoenix's nest and couldn't be touched. There was a great emperor killing array here. Rumor had it that the Mount Meru killing array was limited by materials and had been destroyed over the years. There wasn't much left, but she didn't expect that to be the case. Clearly, the great Peacock King had done it on purpose just now. It looked like he was going to risk everything because the artifact had been destroyed, but in reality, that wasn't the case. He had set up a trap with Mo to lure her into it. Boom! Princess Divine Silkworm's attack was fearless because they were well prepared. She took a step back and wanted to leave Mount Meru because she had only taken a few steps. "You can't leave," the great sage Mo said coldly. He fully activated the array and mobilized the power of faith to suppress Princess Divine Silkworm. Clang! 9 kinds of divine lights danced on Princess Divine Silkworm's body, shining brightly. She stepped on the great emperor's pattern and retreated, but she felt a great pressure. The killing array was activated and directly attacked. Let's see where you can go. Suddenly, a blazing immortal light flew over from the void and shone on Mount Meru. It shone with the 9 colored rays of light on Princess Divine Silkworm's emperor robe. The two of them fused together and opened up a passageway. Princess Divine Silkworm took a step out. She wasn't surprised at all. In the void, Ji Ziyue's clothes fluttered. She held an ancient great emperor's mirror in her hand, shining the most resplendent light in the world. She was the one who had taken action and brought out the Ji family's supreme artifact. The original plan was to use the great emperor's weapon and the ancient sovereign artifact to directly charge into Mount Meru and rescue Hua Hua at lightning speed. They didn't expect Mount Meru to be much more terrifying than they had imagined. Legend had it that most of the great array left behind by Amitabha had been destroyed, and not much was left. However, recently, it had overturned people's understanding. Kill this peacock first and cut off its path of return. The effect will be the same. Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly and rushed into the sky. Chapter 1497. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Every piece of Princess Divine Silkworm's armor flickered with a cold metallic luster. It shone with 9 different immortal lights, as if the galaxy was flowing in reverse. The might of her attack was incomparable, causing the entire Mount Meru to shake. In an instant, she rushed to the sky above the outer realm. Mount Meru towered into the outer realm, surrounded by many meteorites and divine islands. This was the embodiment of the Buddha's great power and the current situation of the Pure Land. In Buddhism, it was believed that Mount Meru was the center of the universe, and everything revolved around it. Crack! The ancient emperor's battle robe shone and trembled continuously, causing the many small stars surrounding Mount Meru to explode. Princess Divine Silkworm was like a god with boundless magic power that was unstoppable. This was just a fluctuation that was naturally released by wearing the ancient emperor's armor. It was already so terrifying and destructive, shocking and revering everyone. Buzz! Princess Divine Silkworm's beautiful hair danced in the air as she pounced towards Mahamayuri. Her eyes emitted cold lightning that was sharp and oppressive as she slapped her palms over. The world was rumbling, and the galaxy was trembling. The ancient emperor's battle robe fluttered rhythmically as 9-colored immortal light danced in the air. Its might was shocking as it swept through everything in its path. Mahamayuri let out a clear roar and charged over with a demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was invincible, displaying an aura of looking down on the world and being the only one in the world. Clang! The demon-subduing pestle emitted boundless Buddhist light and collided with the 9-colored immortal light emitted by Princess Divine Silkworm's hands. It was like 2 metal stars colliding, producing flames that caused the universe to tremble. This was an invincible might. It was the most terrifying confrontation, causing the hearts of all the saints to tremble. Their legs trembled, and they almost couldn't stand. A few streaks of blood splattered. These were the saints who had infiltrated the universe with ill intentions and were waiting for an opportunity. They hadn't expected these 2 women to be so powerful. They had killed their way here and shattered under the fluctuations of the Emperor weapon. The 2 women were like lightning, making all the heroes sigh in admiration. Their beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and their eyes were as sharp as heavenly swords, piercing through the universe. They spread their wings and soared into the sky. Boom! The great Mahamayuri smashed down with his demon-subduing pestle, tearing hundreds and thousands of large cracks in the universe. Dazzling rays of light exploded in all directions with the point of destruction as the center. The divine Silkworm Princess faced the enemy with both palms, slashing over like 2 heavenly blades. The 2 collided violently. Divine waves were boundless, and the divine sea was boundless. This was a great collision of the extreme path. Bang! Mahavira Mahamayuri's realm was profound, and he had the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand pressed down, and at the same time, his right leg swept out. Behind him, a vast amount of Mount Meru's power covered the sky and the earth, pressing forward. Amidst the rumbling, Mount Meru trembled, as if an ancient great emperor was resurrecting, emitting a terrifying and monstrous might. This leg was slender and perfectly straight, appearing extremely elegant under the spotlessly white light clothes. However, right now, it was murderous and seizing one's soul. Vast and mighty Buddhist power was wrapped in endless radiance as it descended. The divine silkworm princess's phoenix-like eyes widened in anger, and her entire body shone. The ancient imperial battle robe clanged and vibrated violently. A pair of divine wings stretched out from her back like the divine wings of a phoenix, tearing apart heaven and earth. Clang! She was like a phoenix spreading its wings, dazzling and resplendent. A pair of divine wings tore apart the endless power of faith, sweeping forward to resist the great enemy. The divine silkworm armor had a total of 9 transformations, corresponding to the realm of the divine silkworm. This time, it displayed the divine transformation of the ancient emperor's transformation from a silkworm to a phoenix. Legend had it that after the 9 transformations' ultimate realm, there would be a 10th transformation where the 9 transformations merged into one. However, it was very troublesome for the ancient imperial battle robe to appear in this most powerful state. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to do so. Mahavira Mahamayuri's expression changed. He didn't expect that this armor wasn't fixed and would actually change according to the battle situation. The crimson phoenix divine wings that cleaved down were dazzling, tearing apart the defense. Clang! She swung the demon subduing pestle and smashed it down. The two emitted boundless light and produced an earth-shattering sound, almost shattering this universe. It was impossible for emperor weapons to truly collide. They fought through the immortal light they emitted. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand that kind of divine might, and the wielder would be shaken to death. Surround and hunt her. The divine silkworm princess was very decisive. After experiencing Mahavira Mahamayuri's power, she decided not to fight alone. This was because her main purpose was to save someone, so she could use all means at her disposal. In a battle between emperor weapons, one's cultivation wasn't the most important. However, this was an existence that almost became quasi-emperor after all. Moreover, she could use the power of faith. Whoever fought her alone would die without a doubt after a long time. Yi Fan naturally took action. He had been watching covetously all this time. In order to save his disciple Hua Hua, there was nothing more to say about dealing with the Buddhist sections. Ji Ziyue also moved when she heard this. The emperor mirror hung above her head, like a divine moon releasing an immortal radiance. Her physique was special, and she could draw the essence energy source that filled the sky, activating the emperor weapon to attack Mahavira Mahamayuri. Chi! The void mirror condensed the universe and concentrated the source of all das. The surface of the mirror was warm and sparkling. It shone with a light that cut through the ages and shot towards Mahavira Mahamayuri. This light was eternal. Once it shone, heaven and earth wept, killing demons and gods. It was like a war song rumbling, destroying everything in its way. Mahavira Mahamayuri's entire body shone, displaying a matchless divine ability. 5 beams of divine light rushed out from his back, condensing with the endless power of faith from Mount Meru and pressing forward. In that instant, the primal chaos surged and heaven and earth shattered. It was as if a new universe was being opened, and all material things were destroyed. An intense collision occurred. The eternal immortal light shot out by the void mirror struck the 5-colored divine light, splitting apart the power of faith. It was as if a glass divine platform had been shattered, and patterns suddenly appeared. Dang! At the crucial moment, it was still the demon subduing pestle that took effect. It swept over with ferocious power, colliding with the immortal light. Immediately, boundless Buddhist light swept across the starry sky, causing the universe to tremble. They were too far away from Mount Meru. Even though the power of faith was endless, it wasn't as terrifying as standing on the mountain. It couldn't block the Emperor weapon's attack. This was a shocking battle. All the saints were shocked, and the 10,000 ancient races trembled. No one would have thought that so many Emperor weapons would be used in this battle. It shook the world. Boom! Mahavira Mahamayuri roared, and the golden crown on her head shone with resplendent light. The Buddha Tao attainment diagram circulated, as if it was about to come back to life. She held the demon-subduing pestle and went straight for Ji Ziyue. Buddhist light shone, as if all the stars in the sky were pouring down. Princess Divine Silkworm went forward, waving her divine wings and hacking down to block this unparalleled magic power. Ji Ziyue herself wasn't afraid either. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful and moving face shone with astonishing brilliance. Her white teeth bit her red lips, and her hands formed a seal. The emperor mirror on her head became even more resplendent, becoming one with the universe as it pressed forward. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The Ji family was extraordinary indeed. Not only did they send their holy daughter here, they even sent out their void mirror. This was a huge move. One had to know that regardless of whether it was the Xia imperial family or the Jiang family, although they had sent out some of their family's experts to help, they couldn't use emperor weapons. This was because the implications were too great. The Ji family dared to do this, not hesitating to go to war with the Western Desert Buddhism. They were staking it all on one throw, tying them to their clan's war chariot. This required great courage. Everyone knew how terrifying the Western Desert Buddhism was. Since ancient times, very few people dared to attack them. Shocking immortal light appeared, and the battle in the sky became more and more intense. Chi! Yi Fan had already joined in. A shocking sword radiance slashed down, forcing Mahavira Mahamayuri to use the demon-subduing pestle to defend. At the same time, she quickly descended towards Mount Meru. She faced 3 people at the same time, and even with emperor weapons in hand, it wasn't enough. She didn't have enough faith power, so she had no choice but to retreat. Chang! The cauldron on Yi Fan's head shone with green light, protecting him as he rushed forward. He raised his sword and slashed down. The mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. His attack power was unparalleled. Mahavira Mahamayuri didn't want to continue fighting, because if this continued, she would die without a doubt. She avoided the 3 people's attacks and wouldn't fight them head-on. She chose a target and wanted to break through from Jianghu. Comparatively speaking, her realm was slightly lower, so it should be easier. Rumble! The demon-subduing pestle's light was boundless, and pure psychokinesis surged like a river of stars, protecting her body. She bravely moved forward, pouncing straight at Ji family's pearl. She didn't even hesitate to leave some openings for Princess Divine Silkworm and Yi Fan just to break out. Without a sound, a phantom appeared behind Jianghu, activating the void mirror together with her. Emperor's chi erupted, shaking out a monstrous might. With a rumble, the sky collapsed, and the demon-subduing pestle trembled violently. Mahavira Mahamayuri's path of attack was blocked, and the blood in her body was churning. It was an old man. His entire body was faint and extremely blurry, as if he was about to pass away. Even his body wasn't real. A person who is about to decay. You shouldn't belong to this era. Are you the great sage that was sealed in the source of God by Ji family hundreds of thousands of years ago? Mahavira Mahamayuri said coldly. Everyone was shocked. Regardless of whether it was the saints from the outer realms or the ancient races, their hearts churned violently. This was the difference between a family that had produced a great emperor. They had the divine origin liquid that others couldn't reach and could seal the outstanding experts of the ancient times. This was their unique foundation, and now the great sage had actually appeared. Everyone's hearts rose and fell, especially the saints, because they weren't just looking at the surface, but also understood some shocking information from within. The path of immortalization was about to open, and it wasn't far away. Otherwise, the great sage of Ji family wouldn't have escaped from the source of God. The ancient great emperors had deduced that in this era, this was the protector they had left for their descendants. Only at this moment could the terror of a family that had produced a great emperor be reflected. In the post-primeval era where the world dried up, only those who had become great emperors could refine the divine origin liquid and use it to seal the outstanding people of the younger generation. In peaceful times, all the holy lands were on equal footing, but in this critical period, it was obvious who could reign supreme. The great emperor's family was the true ruler. The path of immortalization is about to open. This kind of commotion quickly spread, engulfing the vicinity of Mount Meru. All the saints and ancient race experts were shocked, and they were even more shocked than when they saw the battle between emperor weapons. That might not be the case. Maybe this person broke free in advance because of other matters and appeared in the world. While everyone was shocked, the great battle continued and became even more intense. Although the great Mahamayuri was unmatched, they were now competing in emperor weapons. Even a god couldn't stop them. Even if she had endless power of belief to protect her body, this still wouldn't do. She could only retreat and not clash head-on, or else she would undoubtedly die. She attacked unhindered, wanting to retreat to Mount Meru. She displayed the extraordinary divine ability of an unrivaled expert, coming back to life in a land of death as she roared between heaven and earth. Boom! Princess Divine Silkworm's armor changed again, and there were talismans flickering on it one after another. The phoenix clothes turned into true dragon armor, coiling around the heaven and earth. A dragon swung its tail, causing the great Mahamayuri to tremble violently, and blood flowed out of its mouth. Chi! Yi Fan charged over, brandishing his sword. Killing intent surged for hundreds of thousands of miles, engulfing the heaven and earth. The boundless sword waves were like a vast ocean. Her fine black hair danced in the air, breaking under the great Mahamayuri's golden crown. She hadn't shaved her head, and at this moment, a section of her hair was cut off, flying everywhere. Her head was almost cut off. Chapter 1498. This sword shocked the soul. Sword Chi traversed tens of thousands of miles and almost touched the great Mahamayuri's head. Her black hair danced in the air, scattering in the air and turning into 5-colored divine peacock feathers. Each of them flickered and fluttered before shattering in an instant. The great Mahamayuri was furious. As the protector of this generation, who could harm her? She had received the worship of all living beings for many years, but today, she was suppressed again and again. She brandished the demon-subduing pestle, her eyes incomparably cold as she charged at Yi Fan. The aura of this supreme weapon overflowed into the heavens, simply suppressing the past, present, and future. The boundless Buddhist power was boundless, each strand like a galaxy. Wang! The green cauldron above Yi Fan's head swayed. Green multicolored light surged as if a universe was opening. The rust disappeared, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent, shining on its own to resist the pestle. Meanwhile, the killing sword in his hand also revealed its sharpness. This sword was very special, its killing intent far exceeding that of any emperor weapon. The immortal slaughtering diagram on it shone, vivid and lifelike, cutting through the universe. This was a terrifying collision. Light swallowed and spat out, surging violently. On the side, the divine Silkworm Princess and Jianghu also activated their emperor weapons to kill the Mahamayuri. Chi! At this critical moment, although she was furious, she could only choose to retreat. Boundless power of faith covered the sky and earth, forming a bridge that led to Mount Meru. She stepped on it, crossing space and time, crossing over. Where do you think you're going? Several emperor weapons surrounded her. They all shone and slashed forward, especially the blurry phantom beside Jianghu. It was even more terrifying, melting into one with the void and being everywhere. This time, he personally moved forward with the emperor mirror, blocking the way forward. Your entire body is covered in the aura of decay. You can't change your fate even if you live to this age. People like you should have long returned to the yellow earth. The great Mahamayuri shouted. Behind her, 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky, condensing the power of faith. She held the demon-subduing pestle, and the three merged into one, smashing down. With a loud boom, ocean-like power surged down, densely covering every inch of space. It was as if a galaxy in the universe had collapsed. This elder's expression didn't change. His figure became even more indistinct and dim, but the void mirror shone resplendently like a blazing sun. It turned into a shield, blocking in front of him. All types of symbols appeared on the surface of the mirror, reflecting radiance. Something surprising happened. The overwhelming divine power that was rushing over was reflected back. The imperial mirror used the enemy's Tao to attack the enemy. It was a horrifying performance. The great Mahamayuri's expression changed. He hastily retreated and even used the demon-subduing pestle to block the attack. As a result, he was shaken so badly that his chi and blood surged and his body trembled. And at this moment, Yi Fan and Princess Divine Silkworm arrived again. Their attacks were great, and the fluctuations of the arch-weapons were vast and mighty, swallowing heaven and earth. 3 or 4 emperor weapons shook at the same time, cutting off the great Mahamayuri. Their auras surged, auspicious energy surged, immortal multicolored light brilliant, illuminating this place in a multicolored haze. Kill! A Buddha character appeared on the great Mahamayuri's white forehead. His aura surged to the extreme, drawing upon the psyche power of Mount Meru to attack with all his might. Rumble! Mount Meru shook, as if the copper furnace that smelted heaven and earth had overturned and was about to destroy the world. Endless divine power surged up, resonating with the Buddha character on his forehead. The great Mahamayuri moved the heavens and the earth, avoiding Yi Fan, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others. He didn't clash head-on with them, turning into divine multicolored light and rushing down, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, their defenses were too tight, and he couldn't break through at all. Ba! Excellent. Excellent. The old monk of Mount Meru, Moku, chanted the name of Buddha. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He rushed up into the sky, using a forbidden technique. It was unknown how much faith power he drew from Mount Meru, wrapping it up. Thunder rumbled, and terrifying divine might shocked the 9 heavens. At this moment, Moku was like a saraira, emitting boundless light, causing Mount Meru to boil. Light pierced through the clouds. To be more precise, he was holding a strange saraira in his hand. He was worshipping it devoutly, maintaining this special posture as he flew up into the sky. It was astonishing. The great Mahamayuri felt that kind of majesty. At this moment, the entire Mount Meru seemed to have been revived, turning into a huge life form. Divine might surged over. She attacked with all her might, converging with Moku who was coming up to support her. This shouldn't be the Buddha's saraira, right? It actually caused so much faith power to boil up from Mount Meru. It's heaven-defying. The spectators could see it the most clearly. At this moment, the faith power was countless times stronger. It turned into a bridge that connected to the heavens, directly reaching the firmament and closing in on the great Mahamayuri's feet. No one had expected the old monk Moku to have such a heaven-defying method. He actually wanted to rescue the great Mahamayuri, exceeding everyone's expectations. The saints from the outer realms were envious. They really wanted to interfere at this moment, causing the two sides to collide fiercely and injure each other. However, the emperor weapon was too powerful. Who dared to take the risk? Boom! Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. In that void sky, a wave of terrifying aura suddenly erupted, shattering the void and cutting off the endless faith power, cutting off the path forward. This was a demonic jar that released an aura that made even the sun, moon, and stars tremble. Strand after strand of dark light scattered down, crushing the endless heavens and shattering the courage of all heroes. The jar's body was simple, as if it was made from pottery. The engravings on its surface had beautiful lines, as if a young lady's elegant immortal body was engraved on it. It released a fluctuation that made countless unmatched heroes feel fear. Heaven-swallowing demonic jar. This demonic jar that made everyone's expressions change upon hearing its name appeared here, attacking the old monk, shattering the path ahead. It began to devour endless faith power. Who didn't know this great emperor? Who didn't know about her? She slaughtered her way through the 9 heavens 10 earths, making the supreme beings of all heavens and 10,000 regions tremble. All creatures bow down in worship, shocking past and present. Even though she had passed away, no longer in this world, the demonic jar that was forged from her body was still alive. It was to the extent where some people said that this was the same as a vicious great emperor's unconventional long life. Bah! The faith power was shattered. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar released a light noise. The instant the lid was opened, heaven and earth swallowed, everything refined, nothing it couldn't break through. The 13 great bandits, mysterious old undying, old blind, Tu Tian, Jianghu, and others appeared, activating this extreme Tao emperor weapon, making it release the most terrifying heaven-shocking divine might. This was a hidden chess piece, displaying its might at the crucial moment. Duanda didn't come, currently unable to break out of the cocoon. However, he borrowed the heaven-swallowing demonic lid. The 2 half-emperor artifacts clashed, their divine might matchless. This unforeseen event was too sudden. Everyone thought that all of the emperor artifacts had appeared, all of them appearing, never expecting another one to appear at the final moment. It was a shocking event. Today's battle was definitely going to be recorded in the annals of history. Forget about everything else. Just the simultaneous appearance of so many emperor artifacts was already a formidable great event. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar directly smashed over, scattering the faith power. The old monk Moku maintained a strange posture, both hands holding the sparkling saraira in his fist. He knelt in the void, watching the battle in the sky. At this time, he was suddenly attacked, his expression immediately changing. He couldn't stop this attack at all, only able to quickly fly out, forcefully condensing faith power to carry him. Then, he formed a psychic battle armor, even more so using the saraira to protect the space between his brows. He was a great sage, borrowing endless faith power to take action. It was equivalent to fighting with an emperor weapon. However, when he suddenly suffered an attack, it was a bit too late. Strands of dark light descended. Even though they didn't directly hit him, they still pierced through the psychic battle armor, brushing past his body, immediately making him cry out loudly. Pooh! The old monk Mo's legs shattered, and then they broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. The mist spread along his body, not even the faith power able to stop it. Ah! He couldn't help but roar out. It looked like he was about to break down to his waist. In that instant, his body broke apart, everything below his head exploding, turning into a bloody paste. However, things were even worse than he had imagined. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar was too terrifying. Even if a strand of energy brushed past him, there was still no medicine that could save him. In the end, his head also exploded, only leaving behind the fist-sized Sarira he held. It released multicolored light, carrying divine radiance as it rushed into the boundless heavens. Only now did this mysterious Sarira truly awaken, possessing life. The great Mahamayuri roared towards the heavens. Even though she was a woman, she possessed a starry river-devouring aura. Her beautiful hair that was cut off danced about, the Buddha character on her sparkling white forehead flourishing even more brilliantly. Meanwhile, that strange Sarira that rushed into the sky unexpectedly temporarily merged with her Buddha character. It was like a dream, making her directly disappear from her original location, releasing a strange Buddhist power. What? This is Emperor-level fluctuation. Could it be the Sarira left behind by the Amitabha Great Emperor? Everyone was shocked. The things that happened today were too shocking. First, many Emperor weapons appeared, and then there was a supreme treasure that was suspected to be an Emperor's Sarira. It made everyone's eyes burn with passion. What will happen if it merges with the psyche seed left behind by the Amitabha Buddha? At the side of Mount Meru, the divine silkworm Taoist held a large vermilion gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, muttering to himself in a drunken manner. From start to finish, he didn't participate in the battle. He was like a dispirited passerby, watching his clansmen fight. He didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Where do you think you're going? The armor on the divine silkworm princess changed again, turning into a Kuan Peng. It reached out a pair of giant claws, tearing downwards. Even though she lost the great peacock king's figure, she still took action based on her intuition, identifying that direction. At the same time, the void mirror shone, incomparably sparkling and translucent. It shone in the sky, quickly drawing out an expanse of immortal radiance, illuminating the location of the great peacock king's true body. He had actually already descended from outer space, not far away from Mount Meru. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar at the very bottom trembled, black light bursting out like a perfect great Tao vase. Tens of thousands of strands of energy landed on Mount Meru, erupting with heaven-overflowing radiance. At the same time, a weak streak of black light brushed past the great peacock king's legs, immediately causing half of his body to explode into a bloody mist. Chi! And during this process, Yi Fan also took action. The emperor's sword in his hand descended, turning into a shocking scarlet radiance. With a pu sound, it chopped off the great peacock king's right arm, causing it to explode on the spot. Clearly, this was a disastrous result. The great peacock king was struck by the heaven-swallowing demonic jar and the spirit treasure celestial being's killing sword. Not to mention that she wasn't the quasi-emperor. Even if she truly entered this realm, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Her mutilated body exploded inch by inch, turning into a bloody mess. According to common sense, her body and soul would inevitably be destroyed, dying without a burial ground. However, something astonishing happened. The Buddha's relic on her forehead shone brightly, illuminating the entire Mount Meru and protecting her head. Together with the evil-subduing pestle and the others, she fell under the withered Bodhi tree in front of the great Lei Yin temple. What is that? It actually dissolved the emperor's weapon's murderous intent. Not only were Yi Fan and the others astonished, even the outer realm saints and ancients were indescribably shaken. Who cares what it is, as long as it isn't the Amitabha Buddha coming back to life? Otherwise, it's useless even if the deities come. The people on Yi Fan's side were about to launch another attack. However, a vast Buddha's body rose in front of the great thunderclap temple. Its terror overflowed into the heavens, and the enormous life fluctuations suffocated everyone. The people on Yi Fan's side, such as Li Tian and Longma, wanted to slap their own mouths. They felt like they had jinxed themselves. What nonsense did they say just now? This was truly an emperor-level life fluctuation. The whole world was shocked, and everyone was trembling. Many saints knelt down and involuntarily kowtowed. They simply couldn't withstand this kind of matchless might. Chapter 1499. Mount Meru was incomparably majestic, its peak piercing into the boundless cosmos. Multicolored mist circulated around it, like an immortal platform. At the peak, a temple sat there, majestic and majestic. Its tiles flowed with a purple-gold luster, as if they were cast from metal. A holy and auspicious aura pervaded the air. In front of the great thunderclap temple, an ancient Buddha towered high into the sky, its enormous figure stifling. The power of a great emperor pervaded the air, and a vast ocean-like life force surged. The saints all knelt down, their souls trembling. Facing such fluctuations, they felt like ants looking up at a giant dragon. They deeply felt how insignificant and insignificant they were. Amitabha Buddha. Everyone was dumbfounded, all of them like wooden statues. Great waves surged in their hearts. This was too shocking. Boundless Buddhist light blossomed, illuminating all directions. Every strand of aura shocked the world. The great Buddha was majestic, tens of thousands of zhang tall. Buddhist power flowed from every pore of the golden Buddha body, pouring down like a waterfall, submerging Mount Meru, turning this place into a vast lake. The pure land of Mount Meru became an ocean of Buddhist dharma. Great compassion, great virtue, great kindness, at this moment, filled the 9 heavens. Everyone couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship, especially the saints. In this boundless world, this was a miracle. After the initial trembling, everyone gradually returned to peace. They had a feeling of wanting to convert to the Buddhist path, never leaving Mount Meru, distancing themselves from the clamor of the mortal world, living by the ancient Buddha lamp. A type of compassion, a type of dharma, pervaded the air, guiding people to become good, to become enlightened, to convert people to the 3 treasures. The divine and holy aura shook the world. At this moment, the millions and millions of creatures in the western desert were startled awake. They gazed at Mount Meru and kowtowed together. The saints were shaken, and all the heroes knelt down devoutly. Those with higher cultivation levels felt fear, while the weaker ones could only admire and kowtow. No one would have thought that the peaceful Mount Meru would have so many major events today. Not a single one of them could be recorded in the annals of history. Is this real? On Yi Fan's side, several emperor weapons had already been gathered together. Everyone was solemnly on guard. Only with the defense of these emperor weapons could they not be infected by this atmosphere. Even those as ferocious as the savage and evil as Li Tian were stupefied, continuously blaming themselves for being a jinx. Whatever they said would appear, this was just too inauspicious. The Buddha's head and face were blurry and shrouded in the chaotic mist, making it hard to see clearly. However, one could vaguely make out that it was similar to the Amitabha Buddha statue worshipped in the temples. The other parts of his body shone resplendently, and every inch of his skin was so terrifying. It made people wonder if he could break through the universe with a single movement and cause a star field to collapse. This was an unparalleled aura that caused even the heavens to rumble under its pressure. The long river of time was reversed. There was a type of great Tao scripture that sounded, rumbling deafeningly. An ancient Buddha was preaching the Tao, passing down the laws under the heavens, passing down the Tao from past to present. Was this the obsession of the great emperor, or was he really not dead? At this moment, even Yi Fan and Princess Divine Silkworm were uncertain, let alone others. Such an unforeseen event was completely unpredictable. Emperor weapons, formation patterns, and power of faith had all been considered, but who would have thought that there was still a great emperor? How inauspicious! I heard a group of crows cawing in the morning, but I didn't expect to hear a damned monk. Longma muttered to himself. Even now, he was still stubborn. Yi Fan and the others were silent and didn't move. There really weren't many choices to retreat or defend. If he was an emperor, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. In the distance, the saints were horrified and terrified. They didn't know what to do, and many people knelt down. Everyone was devout and kowtowed to the ground, wishing that they could remain kneeling forever. This scene was very strange. There was auspicious Buddhist power circulating, and resplendent light bloomed. Mount Meru seemed to have turned into a god, as if it was going to ascend to the celestial world. Rays of auspicious light shot out one after another. However, after waiting for a long time, the Buddha didn't move. He still stood there, releasing a vast ocean-like fluctuation of life and saving the world with benevolence. Something's wrong. He's like a statue, not reacting at all. The old undying divine silkworm princess and the others of the 13 great bandits all focused and released their source of energy, as if they had sensed something. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and was also observing. Meanwhile, divine silkworm Taoist poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth and narrowed his eyes, staring at the Buddha on Mount Meru. The golden body Dharma, the phantom imprinted on Mount Meru in an instant, isn't the true body. In the end, they came to the same conclusion. This wasn't the true Amitabha Buddha, great emperor. He had passed away in meditation for more than 300,000 years, so it was impossible for him to appear in this era. When they understood everything, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were really stunned just now. That didn't make sense. No one could live for so long. Even if the Buddhist great emperor grasped all kinds of longevity techniques and used other methods to fight against time, it was impossible for him to appear like this. The source of everything was naturally that Saraira. It was resplendent and sparkling, a holy object left behind by the Buddha after he passed away in meditation. It was the most precious immortal treasure of the Buddhist sect. In the end, the great Buddha finally disappeared, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky and scattering down. It entered Mount Meru and returned to that enormous Saraira. It was brilliant and sparkling like a heart carved from an immortal diamond. There was an indistinct Buddha body inside, mysterious and unfathomable. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Even though they were sure that it was a phantom, they all agreed that this Saraira was formidable. In front of the great thunderclap monastery, multicolored light flowed and the aura of life pervaded the air. The great peacock king's head was shining, and waves of Tao sounds accompanied the growth of her bones. Her flesh was also moving rhythmically as she reconstructed her true body. If it was anyone else, forget about the great sage, even Quasi-Emperor would undoubtedly die after being swept by the Emperor weapon. It was impossible for him to survive, yet she didn't suffer any damage with the help of the Saraira. At this time, her vital energy wasn't injured, and her source wasn't reduced. She was directly reborn, and her blood energy was abundant. Her Dharma body was exceptionally powerful, and there was a type of unrivaled power that stood at the peak. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Those who were kneeling down just now also stood up. A weak trembling voice sounded. Another primordial spirit flew out from the Saraira, its luster dim. It was the old monk Moku. Even he actually survived. Everyone recalled that at the final moment, he used this Saraira to protect the space between his brows, transferring his soul, thus escaping disaster. Buddhas undergo nirvana, and the Saraira represents the hope of life. It possesses the power of nirvana, and that was why they all avoided the Emperor weapon's calamity. The old blind bandit sighed. Are we still going to attack? Longma asked. Even though he was stubborn just now, that was because he was forced. Either way, things were already like this, so there was nothing he could do. However, he still felt waves of fear inside. Even now, there was still a bit of lingering fear. Surround them, Yi Fan said. The important figures here split up, arranging themselves up. They all held emperor weapons in their hands, aiming at Mount Meru. 4 or 5 ancient great emperor weapons appeared at the same time, releasing a world-shaking pressure here. However, Yi Fan didn't allow anyone to attack, because right now, both sides were extremely fearful of each other. I'll ask one more time, are you going to let my disciple return? His voice rumbled, resounding through the clouds, causing many nearby saints to sway. They couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. The golden blood energy of the saint body surged, his aura piercing through the heavens. The light in his eyes was as cold as the edge of a blade, causing people to tremble. He is a fruit of my Buddha realm, we can't let him wander outside. Great Mahamayuri's will was firm, not wavering in the slightest. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. The old monk Moku's primordial spirit was still injured, and without recuperating for tens or hundreds of years, it would be hard for him to recover to his peak. He also expressed his attitude. That isn't the Tao of Amitabha. Didn't you guys chase that great demon down the mountain back then? Why are you guys capturing this kind of inheritor now? GZUS spoke. This flower blooms in the past, in the present, and in the future. This is a fruit of the Buddha realm, it has nothing to do with you guys. Moku said. The bandits were all emotional people. Someone shouted, I only know that he is Yi Fan's disciple, but now, he is being forcefully suppressed in Mount Meru, becoming a slave. What logic is this? taking 10,000 steps back. You guys have already obtained those inheritances, so why aren't you letting him down the mountain? We can't let him down the mountain. He can only walk in front of the ancient temple for the rest of his life. The old monk didn't back down. You really won't let him go? Yi Fan's voice turned cold, and his expression was cold. Convert to the Buddha realm, get rid of his evil roots, and transcend the mortal world. From now on, he will transcend the world, and this is a great merit. Benefactor, please return, don't go against the heavens. Buddha is merciful, and only those who are fated will be saved. Moku had just experienced a calamity, but his expression had calmed down. These words infuriated many people. Kill. Yi Fan only had one word. The Buddha spoke of mercy, and he spoke of slaughter. He chose to attack decisively in front of Mount Meru. Even though he knew that the Buddha realm was deep, he was fearless. If he didn't fight until the heavens and earth split, then no conditions could be discussed. Yi Fan waved the killing sword, slashing towards Mount Meru, and used the power of the extreme Tao to suppress it. At the same time, the void emperor mirror shone, and the sparkling and translucent mirror shone with unparalleled divine light. It swept through Mount Meru, causing the mist to collapse and the power of faith to boil. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm, the Old Undying, and the others also activated the 9-colored immortal clothes and the heaven-devouring devil jar, launching a fierce attack, attacking Mount Meru. However, Mount Meru wasn't simple. The ancient emperor's formation had awakened, shocking the ages. The entire mountain was densely packed, and the patterns were dazzling as it completely sealed the mountain. Moreover, the power of faith was condensing, turning into a giant ancient Buddha. It stood there majestically, looking down on all living things. The two stacked together, and their defensive power was shockingly great. It was as if an ancient emperor had awakened and was protecting this place. Is this the Amitabha Buddha's seed of faith? The divine silkworm Taoist opened his intoxicated eyes, shooting out a sharp light. He threw down the wine gourd and stared at it without blinking. The appearance of this great Buddha was very strange. It was exceptionally powerful, as if an emperor's shadow had condensed together with the great formation. It was terrifying to the extreme. GZUS sighed softly. They had seen the power of the combination of the numinous treasure celestial beings formation diagram and the 4 killing swords. Now, it actually achieved the same result through different means. The demon subduing pestle rose and fell, joining in and condensing together. It was terrifying beyond compare. And at this time, the entire great thunderclap temple shone. That Sarira scattered out a rain of light, actually showing signs of merging into the formation. It was difficult to take down Mount Meru in a short period of time. This place was impregnable, and there was a Buddha's imprint circulating. Not long after, everyone stopped attacking. Activating the Emperor weapon consumed a lot of energy, and they couldn't do it without limit. They decided to surround Mount Meru and seal it off from the outside world. Great Mahamayuri and Moku couldn't attack. They could defend the mountain, but they couldn't attack. They had already learned their lesson in blood. I'll do it. The Divine Knight stepped forward and directly ascended Mount Meru. His entire body instantly shone with boundless light, erupting with a terrifying aura. Chapter 1500. The Divine Knight stood in the air. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains struck down from the sky, followed by a vast ocean. This was the world-shocking Great Sage Tribulation. Everyone was stupefied. Who was this? Everyone's attention was focused on him. Many people didn't recognize him and had never seen him before. He's actually this powerful. Is he going to cross the legendary Great Sage Tribulation? Everyone was astonished. How powerful was he to have such a terrifying sea of lightning? The heavens were about to crash down. In just a split second, the sea of lightning was boundless. Primal chaos surged and tore apart heaven and earth. Blazing light poured down endlessly. This was an aura that made people's hair and bones tremble. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they could still feel the heavenly might. To choose this time to cross the tribulation and send down tens of thousands of streaks of lightning in front of Mount Meru, everyone was shaken. This person was extremely daring. The most shocking thing was that the power of this tribulation was too vast and boundless. At first, the lightning was as thick as mountains, but now, it was as if the universe was overturned and the eternal universe was smashing down. This was a world of great heavenly lightning. There was lightning everywhere, and heavenly punishment was everywhere. It formed mountains and seas, vast and immeasurable. The Great Sage Tribulation was rare and not many people had seen it. Normally, those who crossed the tribulation would choose an uninhabited area and fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had to guard against any disturbances. The divine knight was still so calm in the face of such a powerful tribulation. It was impossible not to be shocked. Only Yi Fan knew that the divine knight was extraordinary in the past. He had been suppressed too ruthlessly. If he hadn't cultivated on earth, his accomplishments would have long since shocked the world. If he can pass through such a powerful tribulation, there will be another terrifying great sage in this world. At this moment, the saints in the outer realms all changed their expressions. The 10,000 ancient races were also frightened. The divine knight's tribulation was too extraordinary. There were actually 9 suns in the sky accompanying it. In the end, the 10th great sun appeared. It made his entire body shine resplendently as if he was cast from gold. His golden hair fluttered in the wind as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He held the dragon's spear in his hand and pointed it towards the southern heavens. He resisted the heavenly might with his body without the slightest bit of fear. Boom! It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The sea of lightning was boundless, and the chaotic aura was surging violently. The divine knight in the center was the most powerful and the most saintly. He looked down at Tianfa with a pair of sharp and intimidating eyes. 10 heavenly suns covered the sky, appearing side by side. They were so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. This was a type of great scene. All those who underwent tribulation that produced abnormal scenes would have their names shake the past and present, powerful beyond compare. This person is too terrifying. He can actually suppress his cultivation base and choose the time and place of his own will. He can control the rhythm of the heavenly tribulation and only release it now. The boundless sea of lightning crashed down on Mount Meru. Everyone knew that the divine knight wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to strike the Buddhist gate. If the monarch weapon of the Buddhist gate was triggered to undergo the tribulation together, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Fan, Jizue, the divine silkworm princess, the old undying man, and the others had long received a voice transmission from the divine knight. They retreated with the arch-weapons and did not dare to come into contact with it. The sea of lightning that filled the sky struck down, shaking Mount Meru so much that it rumbled, but it still stood tall and did not move an inch. When everyone saw this, they were indescribably shocked. Although they knew that the pure land of the Buddhist gate would not be breached, they were still scared after witnessing such a heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. This was the tribulation of the great sage. The lightning was so boundless, but it could not destroy a single blade of grass or tree on Mount Meru. It was truly shocking. Mount Meru had something similar to the heaven-deceiving array pattern. Otherwise it would be more than this. Boom! At this moment, the power of faith from Mount Meru suddenly went against the heavens and engulfed the heavens. It actually almost burned the sea of lightning clean. Everyone was dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe all of this. Mount Meru was too powerful. What kind of runes were rushing out? They could actually devour the heavenly tribulation. The ocean-like power of faith swept across the heavenly tribulation and went against the flow. An even more terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, striking at the divine knight and smashing towards Mount Meru. There was no end to it. It was like one galaxy after another, becoming more and more powerful. This great tribulation lasted for a whole 4 hours. The divine knight successfully broke through and became the great sage. Moreover, he immediately reached the second heaven of the great sage, directly crossing the first heaven. Unfortunately, no matter how endless the heavenly tribulation was, it could not damage Mount Meru at all. It was as if nothing had happened on the sky-reaching mountain. Everyone sighed. The divine knight was amazing, but he couldn't really destroy Mount Meru by transcending the heavenly tribulation. Even Yi Fan with his humanoid lightning emperor tribulation might not be able to do it. Mount Meru was impenetrable, and for a moment, it was actually helpless. The divine knight healed his injured body and replenished his divine energy. In the end, his blood energy soared into the sky, and his aura was at its peak. After all of this was done, he didn't retreat. Instead, he asked Yi Fan and the others to protect him with the support of the emperor weapons. The divine knight was solemn and dignified. He sat cross-legged in the void, chanting an incantation while facing Mount Meru. What is he doing? Does he want to rely on his own strength to shake the Buddhist gate? Many people didn't think so. Although the sages in the outer realm all admitted that he was powerful enough, destroying Mount Meru was like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, something inexplicable and unbelievable happened. On Mount Meru, strands of Buddhist energy turned into a rain of light and shot out in all directions. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The rain of light fell like a spring breeze, and people felt a kind of auspicious power. Reverse nurture. Soon, people understood what the Divine Knight was doing. He could actually reverse the power of faith and break it down into a rain of light that scattered in all directions, benefiting all living beings. This was a reverse process. Mount Meru gathered the power of faith, but the Divine Knight was doing the exact opposite. He dissolved it and illuminated all directions. Boom! Inside Mount Meru, the old monk Mo couldn't sit still anymore. He directly punched out a great sage fist toward the Divine Knight to stop this strange law. Swish! Yi Fan's sword slashed out. He was standing at the side, protecting the Divine Knight. How could he let the great sage of the Buddhist gate succeed? He slashed apart that giant fist of light. This is destroying the foundation of Mount Meru and disintegrating this place. Everyone saw through the profoundness and were all shocked. Who was this? Why did he have this kind of method? Many people were astonished and felt that it was inconceivable. This was definitely a taboo method of the Buddhist gate. It was difficult for outsiders to see through it. This golden-haired man was too extraordinary. Yi Fan naturally knew what was going on. Where did the Divine Knight come from? Vatican City was also a divine land that gathered the power of faith, so it wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of secret. The Divine Knight didn't rely on the power of faith to cultivate, but living in that kind of environment, how could he not understand this kind of taboo secret? At this moment, there was naturally a reverse hand. The divine silkworm princess, the old undying, Jianghu, and the others all stood by his side, protecting him. Moreover, they supported him with their emperor weapons. Mysterious and powerful multicolored light overflowed and surrounded him. Not only could emperor weapons attack, but they could also emit gentle power. If used, they could also benefit others. When mentioning the strength of the ancient emperors, people would always think of their world-shocking battle prowess. For example, they could destroy galaxies and reopen the sky. They thought that they could make a large number of stars fall with just a slight move. It was obvious that they were looking at the problem too extreme. If that was the case, how would the ancient emperors get along with their family and friends? Their magic power would naturally be reflected in nourishing all living things. Some people once thought that the ancient emperors were too strong, and that it was difficult for them to marry and have children. This was naturally looking at the problem too one-sidedly. They could regenerate withered trees, make fallen flowers bloom again, and restore the old to their youth. Their power was not only reflected in extreme strength and killing, but it could also nourish things silently, gently, and peacefully. The divine silkworm princess and Jianghu were both supported by the emperor weapons. Dense light mist flowed out and supported the Divine Knight's body, helping him circulate his magic power and dissolve Mount Meru's psyche power. Yi Fan retreated. His killing sword was really difficult to control. Compared to other emperor weapons, it was too special. Its killing intent was too strong. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to nourish the Divine Knight and might even be cut into dust. Rumble! With the help of the emperor weapon, the Divine Knight's laws were like a vast ocean, rushing towards Mount Meru quickly. The moment it came into contact with the psyche power, a boundless rain of light evaporated and scattered in all directions. What happened? On this day, everywhere in the western desert, the mortals, men, women, old, and young were all shocked. The rain of light fell on them, all their illnesses were alleviated, and they were full of energy. This was the psyche power that they had contributed to devoutly worshipping Buddha. Now that it was being returned, they naturally had a different feeling. In front of Mount Meru, many cultivators were shocked. Many of them were also drenched by the rain of light and felt extremely comfortable. Mount Meru was giving, changing its previous taking stance. Only those who were there personally could understand how terrifying this reversal was and what it meant. Everyone was in awe of the Divine Knight's methods. He could actually pry open the psyche power of Mount Meru. Amitba! The old monk Mo chanted. Mahamayuri's expression was cold as he stared over. Boundless rain of light fell. On this day, It was the same everywhere in the Western Desert. Many mortals' illnesses were cured and their bodies became much stronger. This was an act of blessing all living beings. Mount Meru's halo was immediately shaved off a layer. Many golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas were all shocked and worried. Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others were naturally overjoyed. This was truly a heaven-defying method. They didn't expect the divine night to be so amazing and attract everyone's attention. However, it was truly a pity. After this situation continued for a period of time, the divine night could no longer dissolve Mount Meru. The pure psyche power accumulated there was even heavier than the sun, moon, and stars. What's wrong? You can't do it anymore? Yifan asked. The divine night sighed and said, Amitabha is a truly compassionate person. This method is useless against him. Everyone was puzzled and listened to his detailed explanation. Mount Meru was vast and had been incomparably prosperous since ancient times. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. Naturally, there were also those who believed in bodhisattvas and other ancient Buddhas. Some Buddhist saints only knew how to take, and it was easy for them to dissolve the psyche power and give it back to all living beings. However, since ancient times, the laws and seeds of Amitabha's psyche power had been operating on their own. There was giving and taking. All living beings believed in him and gave him psyche power, and he would also nourish them. This was a balance. Now the divine night could break through the psyche power of others, but it was difficult for him to move the slightest bit of Amitabha's psyche power. This is the great emperor's method and great spirit. Yifan sighed. There was no solution. There was giving and taking, and this psyche power came in an upright manner. Even though the divine night knew the mysteries of the psyche power, he couldn't move the slightest bit of the great compassion power. What do we do? At this moment, everyone was at their wits' end. They couldn't attack, nor could they dissolve the psyche power. Mount Meru was impregnable. It seems like there's only one way left, Yifan said. His gaze was resolute as he surveyed the western desert. Chapter 1501. What should we do? Dongfang Yi asked. His hair was messy and his bronze-colored body was as strong as a flood dragon. He held a large stick and gestured at Mount Meru. Yin and Yang coexist, Yifan replied. The western desert was vast and boundless. From its name, one could tell what kind of place it was. The most common was the Golden Desert, with many oases like pearls decorating it. Yifan soared into the air, his Yuan-Tian eyes shooting out a sharp light as he took in the entire mountain and river. The so-called oases were very large, easily spanning thousands of li. It was not strange for the slightly larger ones to be tens of thousands of li in circumference. They could not be measured with the perspective of the other side of the starry sky. In fact, if all the oases were added together, the area would be an astronomical figure. It could be called a boundless land of Buddhism. Yifan stepped in the void and imprinted many runes. These were the Xing rune arts, emitting bolts of lightning as he circled around Mount Meru. Finally, he returned to his original position. Many people looked at him in confusion. The Outer Realm saints were also astonished. Yifan had been very powerful today, leading everyone to besiege Mount Meru and using so many emperor weapons. It was truly shocking. Even at this stage, he still could not break through. What other tricks could he rely on? What does he want to do? Is there anything more powerful than the weapons of the ancient emperors? Many people shook their heads, not believing that he could defy the heavens. At this point, everyone agreed that it would be difficult to change the outcome. Yi Tong's eyes lit up. They had already guessed what Yifan wanted to do after seeing him walk around Mount Meru. Next, Yifan silently calculated, incessantly carving in the void as if he was calculating something. Endless symbols appeared. They were like phoenix feathers, dazzling and terrifying. Genesis technique. Yifan was using Genesis technique to carry out complex calculations. He wanted to densely cover the surroundings of Mount Meru and seal it. Even emperor weapons can't do it. Can Genesis technique? Qi Luo was puzzled. The old assassin was really helpless against Mount Meru, and felt that there was no other way. We'll know once we try, and this is only the first step, Yifan replied. In the surroundings, everyone gradually understood what he wanted to do. They acknowledged his strength, witnessed his terrifying aspects, but they did not believe that he could seal Mount Meru. Even the people on his side, the divine silkworm princess, the old man, and the others suspected that this would probably not work. However, Yi Fan was unmoved and pondered seriously. Let me try. After an indeterminable amount of time passed, he raised his head and looked off toward the western desert. He stared at Mount Meru, preparing to begin the magic. Roar! Yi Fan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy surged from the top of his head and rushed into the sky. He began to move. His hands moved about, drawing upon the draconic chi under Mount Meru. This was a big dragon, and it was an unparalleled ancestral dragon. Apart from ancient veins like Kunlun, there were few that could compare. At this moment, the subterranean divine marrow, dragon chi, and Genesis chi all began to seethe and resonate with him. With a flip of his hand, Yi Fan sent a series of patterns into the ground to inscribe laws. This was a huge project. Yi Fan had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into this formation for a full 8 days and 8 nights. His hair was dyed white. To him, these 8 days and 8 nights were equivalent to 80 years or even 100 years. He was completely immersed in it, forgetting everything else. Apart from the formation, there was nothing else. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Mount Meru was surrounded by densely packed ruins. The entire mountainous region had become a forbidden land. Jianghu came forward and handed over a bottle of the ancient celestial being's life spring liquid. He took it and drank a mouthful. After resting for a while, his fatigue was swept away and he recovered. Even the vigorous saint physique was in such a state. One could imagine how shocking the consumption was. Normally, it would take years to lay down this formation. Is it done? Qi Luo asked. The old assassin had a worried expression. During these days, not a single one of the Outer Realm saints left. Instead, there were more and more people. After such a shocking change, who wouldn't want to see the result with their own eyes? No one believed that Yi Fan had any heaven-defying methods. Although he wouldn't say it out loud, they were sneering in their hearts. Wanting to break Mount Meru with a formation was just wishful thinking. This is just the beginning, Yi Fan replied. He soared into the sky and looked up at the sun, moon, and stars. He inscribed even more complicated runes one after another in the void. There were even some that were directly carved into the starry sky. And during this process, Yi Fan didn't care about the price. He took out many divine materials. After so many years of fighting on the ancient starry sky path, he had indeed accumulated a vast amount of materials. There were saint corpses, Daluo silver essence, various magical tools, starry river divine sand. These were all treasures. They were originally left for the heavenly village, but today, he couldn't care so much. These had all become the materials for laying down the formation. He wanted to lay down a peerless formation to trap and refine the Buddhist sect. Everyone was stupefied. That was the winged serpent skeleton? There were even the fragments of the stone man Holy Spirit, as well as the great sage's Dao bone, and even phoenix blood scarlet gold. The things Yi Fan used were too shocking, leaving many people stupefied. This was just too extravagant. It was just a single person, yet his collection was comparable to a great treasury. Forget about those holy bones and holy artifacts. Just those most primitive divine materials were enough to make one's eyes go red. There was actually immortal gold inside, moreover more than one type. Even though they were all small pieces, not that large, this was still world-shocking, making everyone's mouths and tongues go dry, stupefied, all of them a bit stupefied. Divine treasury. Someone said with a sigh. There were actually so many things. Yi Fan was simply a big fat sheep, making one want to rob him. However, after seeing his recent performance, all of these thoughts disappeared. If they dared go up, they would definitely be courting death. In the sky, the holy bones were the stones, the Tao soldiers were the flags, and the divine gold was the pattern. It was dazzling. Yi Fan carved formation patterns, drawing upon the power of the heavens, mightily descending. No one could see what exactly happened on the ground because they were all in the ancestral dragon vein. However, they could see everything clearly in the sky. The boundless starlight was like a sea of smoke, pouring down in torrents. Drawing upon the heavens, this kind of method seized the fortune of the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter what, after today's battle, Yi Fan's name was destined to shake the world. Who dared to oppose him? A single person being able to mobilize so many emperor weapons, anyone would feel their scalp go numb. And now, he displayed this kind of Genesis technique attainment, making people even more fearful, labeling him as a malignant star. In many people's eyes, he was a great demon sovereign that needed to be avoided. Master's Genesis technique has finally reached great success. Jianghu would be deeply gratified in the afterlife if he knew, Yitong said. Time waited for no man. Jianghu had already passed away many years ago. He was not a cultivator and only knew some superficial cultivation methods. His Genesis technique had not reached a higher level, so his lifespan was limited. Is this the most powerful Genesis technique? Once it reaches a certain level, it can change the world. He really did it, many people in the heavenly village whispered. Yi Fan had now surpassed the Yuan Taoist master's realm. After so many years of enlightenment, he was comparable to several ancestors, and he also had his own unique understanding, so he could seal the sky with a formation. For example, the forbidden Genesis technique patterns deduced like the 6 seals for immortals were only a component of this peerless formation. This formation had entrusted his many years of Genesis essence. This formation contained the laws and formation patterns of the superstar field divine map seen in the 50th city of the human race. It was also the condensation of the Yuan Taoist master's blood, sweat, and tears of several generations. This was the crystallization of various Genesis techniques. In the past, changing the world was just a saying for Yi Fan. He often changed his appearance, but now he had really done it. Moreover, in this formation, this was only a small technique, a manifestation of a part of the divine ability. When this vast Genesis formation was completed, Yi Fan was exhausted. Even his body and primordial spirit had dimmed a little. It took him a long time to recover. You can seal Mount Meru just like that? All the saints were doubtful. Many people sneered in their hearts. Benefactor, your obsession is too deep. You need to repent and leave. On Mount Meru, the old monk Moku had a compassionate expression on his face as he chanted Amitabha. The golden arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas were all fearless. They all looked solemn, but in their hearts they did not care. It was just a formation. How could it compare to Mount Meru? Open the formation. Yi Fan shouted, activating this vast Genesis technique formation. Runes flickered in the sky, stirring the earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the universe lost its color. In the cosmos, endless starlight fell down. The underground draconic chi and Genesis chi also boiled. Yin and Yang intersected, sealing this place to refine Mount Meru. Rumble. Even something as powerful as Mount Meru trembled. This was the light of the stars in the sky. It pressed down, shaking people's hearts. However, it only trembled for a moment. It quickly calmed down and became as still as a boulder, returning to its original state. Everyone shook their heads. The saints and ancient race experts sneered, feeling that Yi Fan was too conceited. Did he really want to compete with an ancient emperor? Even if that person was already dead. Benefactor, why do you have to do this? Your mortal heart is too heavy. You can't bear to part with it and you can't let it go. In the end, you will only hurt yourself and bring trouble upon yourself. Emoka pressed his palms together. You damned baldy, if you continue to blabber, I will roast you in the future. Longma was furious and extremely indignant. The people of the heavenly village were helpless and felt that it was a pity. This great formation was indeed extraordinary and could reverse the fortune of the universe, but it was still not enough to seal Mount Meru. Let me borrow the emperor weapon. Yi Fan spoke to Princess Divine Silkworm, the Old Undying, Jizue and the others. He took the lead and placed the green copper cauldron and the killing sword into the origin heaven forbidden divine formation. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They widened their eyes and observed Yi Fan's formation. They discovered that he had deliberately left a few places for inserting formation flags. The green copper cauldron and the killing sword immediately filled 2 places. Then, the void mirror filled another place. The heaven-swallowing jar and the divine silkworm ridge's 9-colored battle armor also entered. The great formation shook, as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected. In just an instant, Mount Meru was shaken. What did the origin heaven formation pay attention to? Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, transforming the dragon chi of the earth veins, the sun, moon, and stars to produce power. What it drew upon was the source of heaven and earth. In front of them, the formation laid by Yi Fan directly drew upon the source of the emperor weapon. How could it not be earth-shattering? As for the essence energy needed by the emperor weapon, It directly drew upon the immortal splendor of the universe's galaxy. Boundless mist shrouded the entire Mount Meru in an instant. The killing intent was endless. This place was covered by chaotic chi and truly sealed. Not to mention whether it could be refined or not, it was definitely isolated at this moment. The power was earth-shattering. Everyone's hair went cold and their expressions changed. They were still disdainful just now, but they never thought that everything would change in the blink of an eye. Maybe we can really take down Mount Meru? Savage was very excited. He scratched his messy hair and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He held a large stick and sneered at the great thunderclap temple. Yin and yang coexist. This is only the first step. Toughness represents power and killing. It also needs gentle power to neutralize it. Everyone will have to work hard next. Yi Fan said. Chapter 1502. The Great Formation sealed the sky. The majestic Mount Meru and the majestic Great Thunderclap Temple all disappeared from everyone's eyes, only leaving behind primal chaos mist. This kind of method made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. Could it really resist the Buddhist sect? Was the human race's holy body heaven-defying? It was clear that the people on the mountain couldn't hold back anymore. They activated the power of faith, wanting to take the initiative to attack and break the formation. However, there was no suspense in the end. The Emperor Weapon's killing intent was boundless, directly refining the willpower that surged out. I haven't moved yet you guys have already taken action. Yi Fan sneered, activating the runes one after another. The Emperor Weapon displayed its might, starting to refine Mount Meru. Wenglonglong. The majestic giant mountain swayed, no longer as calm as before. It seemed like it was going to collapse, releasing endless Buddhist light. This place was filled with the aura of an ancient great emperor, causing even the great sage to frown. Everyone was shocked, immediately fleeing as far as they could out of fear of being affected. Since the ancient times, when had there ever been someone who surrounded Mount Meru? When it came to a true battle, the Buddhist sect had never been weaker than others, yet now, they were at a disadvantage. The mountain swayed, the earth shook, the ancient temple trembled, the purple gold tiles rattling as if they were flying, causing Mount Meru to be unable to calm down. Don't tell me it can really break the mountain gate? The protector heavenly kings, golden arhats and the others on the mountain all frowned, unable to remain calm and aloof, all of them revealing a type of hidden worry. The Emperor Weapon's fluctuations came one after another, merging together, forming an expanse of natural laws that descended towards Mount Meru, as if the heavenly realm's divine punishment was descending. The sky was being torn apart, the stars were trembling. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The heaven origin forbidden formation drew upon the source of all living things. Now, with the Emperor Weapon as the source, this kind of power was simply unimaginable. Boundless fluctuations swept up the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 hells. Divine force surged, rising and falling, world shaking and heaven overflowing. The peaceful Mount Meru became a battlefield, turning into vile earth, continuously shaking. There were even mountain rocks rolling down, as if it could collapse at any time. However, this situation persisted for 4 hours, and it was still the same. Mount Meru could not be broken, and the tumbling of the mountain rocks was more or less done, no longer as intense. Everyone was shocked. Was this a mountain gate or a celestial gate? It was already like this, but they still couldn't break in. The waters of Mount Meru were too deep. What kind of formation patterns did Amitabha the Great Emperor carve? It was most likely more than one. Yi Fan sighed softly. It was already like this, yet they still couldn't take down Mount Meru. This really made him feel helpless. Based on the current situation, unless there was a great emperor-killing formation to attack, or a quasi-emperor appeared, he would not be able to control everything here. Amitabha. Excellent. Excellent. The voice of the great sage Mo sounded again. Although his tone was compassionate, it was full of provocation in this situation. Even if he used a few emperor artifacts as his source to attack, it would not work. However, this kind of forbidden formation pattern still cut off Mount Meru's connection with the outside world, sealing this place like a cage. The Buddhists were powerless to break out. The Buddhist mountain gate was sealed, and the entire Mount Meru disappeared from the world, hidden in the chaotic mist. This result was extremely shocking, leaving everyone stupefied. After this battle, no matter what the result was, Yi Fan's name would shake Emperor Burial Planet and intimidate the experts of all races. He even dared to seal Mount Meru, so what else did he not dare to do? The situation forced us. Now that we've sealed Mount Meru, let's use gentleness to grind them down and break their foundation. Yi Fan said coldly. Since they had already fought to this point, if they stopped now, it would seem like they had started strong but ended weak. His next move was to purify the entire Western Desert. Let the roots of the Celestial Court take root in the Western Desert and sprout. This was something he had long since discussed with Qi Luo and the others. What did the Buddhists care about the most? Naturally, it was the power of faith. They would attack and break them down from this aspect. The star domain was vast. Great Emperor Amitabha had once preached the Tao to 10,000 regions. He had more than one Tao field, but it was clear that the Amitabha ancient star domain and the Big Dipper were the most important. This was especially true for the Western Desert. It was the final place he chose to establish his foundation. Even the Great Thunderclap Temple was established here, and the Emperor weapon was left behind. Yi Fan's actions were undoubtedly stabbing at the Buddhists' heart. It would make them feel a powerful sense of crisis. If we want to succeed, it will definitely be a long process. Truly returning to one in such a short period of time will be extremely difficult. We can't wait that long. Everyone has to display their divine abilities, descend to a place and display miracles to purify all living things. Purifying a pure land was different from purifying a single person. There was giving and taking, creating a paradise. This was the former. And old monk Mo's actions belonged to the latter. Pure suppression and enslavement. Some of the ancient scriptures indicate that the Western Desert is too important to Amitabha. He once measured the Western Desert, and viewed it as his country of eternal life. If the immortal domain opened up one day, the entire Western Desert would ascend. Mount Meru will definitely not sit by and watch us destroy everything here. Unfortunately, Mount Meru has been sealed. They can't interfere and can only watch helplessly. Break the foundation of the Buddhists. After Yi Fan and the others discussed, everyone split up. They were all experts here, and there were so many sages. Each one of them was enough to purify a region. Longma, Gu Jinpeng, and the others alone had 11 sage kings. This was a powerful force. Adding Yi Tong, Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, and the others, there were too many. If it was just for spreading the Tao, it would be a waste to use experts of this level. But now they had to do this. On this day, a great sect called the Celestial Court appeared in the Western Desert. This was not an ordinary spreading of the Tao. The true bodies of the sages manifested to spread the teachings. As long as there was a request, they would answer. Some places were dry and lacked rain. When people prayed to the Celestial Court, there would definitely be an answer. Sweet dew would fall from the heavens, and water would moisten the dry earth. In some places there were huge mountains. Many mortals prayed to the heavens. Soon, there would be sages descending like deities. They would move the mountains and open up a path, building a smooth path. In some places, there would be chaos caused by war. The people would pray, and immediately, there would be heavenly soldiers descending to quell the chaos. They would return peace to that place, and it would become a pure land. Without a doubt, this was like a huge rock being thrown into a lake. It caused a huge uproar. There was no one in the Western Desert who didn't know that a real celestial court was giving a sermon. Because it was too effective. In places where there was a disaster, as long as people prayed to the celestial court, there would definitely be deities descending from the heavens to solve the problem. Immediately, the Western Desert was in an uproar. Is this true? The celestial court of legends has really appeared. It will purify all living beings and send down blessings. It's actually so effective. Whenever there is a disaster in the world, all we need to do is pray to the heavens. There will definitely be deities from the celestial court descending to solve our problems. Buddhism was deeply rooted. It was impossible to change it in an instant. However, the sages of the celestial court had appeared. The effects were absolutely astonishing. The mortals saw it with their own eyes, and they all rushed to discuss it. In front of Mount Meru, Yi Fan and the others used the Void Emperor mirror to project these scenes into Mount Meru. The Buddhist monks understood everything, and their expressions all changed. This is just the beginning, and there are already people who believe in the celestial court. If this continues, and miracles continue to appear, there is no need to think too much about what the result will be. You all understand what kind of trend this will be," shouted Yi Fan. The great sage Mo's expression changed. If Yi Fan and the others really planned on wasting time, the consequences would be unthinkable. They were sealed here and couldn't leave Mount Meru. They could only watch as the Western Desert became the Tao field of the Celestial Court. This was the long-life country of Amitabha the Great Emperor, and they couldn't afford to lose it. This was the legacy of their predecessors, and they couldn't tolerate it. Because if this continued, the Celestial Court would really take root and sprout. At that time, this place would change its course, and the banner of the Celestial Court would be planted everywhere. The Buddhist sect would then be destroyed. The Western Desert was the root of long life, the cornerstone of Amitabha. If it was occupied by the Celestial Court, all the arhats and bodhisattvas on Mount Meru would be sinners. You won't succeed, the old monk Mo said coldly. This was the first time he had this kind of expression, and it was no longer the constant bitterness. In just a few days, the news of the Celestial Court spread throughout the Western Desert. Regardless of whether they believed in it or not, everyone knew about it. This was because it was too effective. No matter what kind of natural or man-made disaster, as long as the number of people reached a certain level and they all prayed together, it was guaranteed that a deity would descend. Amitabha, who are you all to cause chaos in my Western Earth and disturb my Shiman Qingning? Some people from the temples couldn't sit still anymore. Today, when they heard that Mount Meru was trapped, all of them were terrified. They didn't go to help because it was completely useless. If even the demon fall pestle and great emperor's formation patterns couldn't protect them, then they would only be throwing their lives away. However, when this group of cultivators appeared, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was ruining their foundation. When faced with doubt, the people of the Celestial Court did things their own way. They continued to preach as usual, answering all requests and appearing from time to time. Later on, there were finally some Buddhist sect experts who couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to cause trouble, but there was naturally no suspense. This was a group of saints, so how could they compare to them? Towards this, Longma, the Black Bear Saint, and the others weren't polite at all. They directly used the spiritual treasure celestial beings' expiation scripture to suppress them, imitating the Buddhist sect and taking them for their own use. In the end, when the common people saw the great monks of the past join the Celestial Court and prostrate themselves in worship, this undoubtedly caused great waves. Many people began to revere the Celestial Court. In just half a month, there were many disciples of the Celestial Court in the Western Desert. This speed was so fast that many onlookers were dumbfounded. They really were stepping on the corpses of the Buddhist sect to preach the Tao, advancing rapidly. However, this left people speechless. The Celestial Court was truly doing their best to dissolve the world's suffering and deliver salvation. The Buddhist sect couldn't stand it and wanted to denounce them, which was why they were suppressed and converted. Enough, stop. When the old monk Mo saw the scenes reflected by the Void Emperor mirror, he couldn't sit still anymore. The Western Desert was the most important pure land of the future. It couldn't be tainted by others, or else he would become a sinner of the Buddhist sect. You think I'll stop just because you say so? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was doing this to put pressure on the Buddhist sect. Using softness to overcome hardness was enough. Just seeing this change was enough to make them feel like they couldn't bear it. However, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. If they wanted to purify the Western Desert, this speed was still too slow. Could it be that they really had to wait decades or even a century before they could purify the Western Desert? He could wait, but did he really have to waste his emperor weapons here? This was a headache. Benefactor Yi, you should understand that if this goes on, you won't have a chance. No matter what you do, you won't be able to break through Mount Meru, said the great sage Mo. Then let's wait and see how the Celestial Court will take root in the Western Desert and blossom with the most dazzling splendor in the world, said Yi Fan calmly. You! Mo's expression was ice cold. He didn't want the Western Desert to be lost, but he was still unyielding. He hinted that they could continue like this and see who could last longer. Since that's the case, I can only do my best. Everything will be resolved today, replied Yi Fan, his expression solemn. Chapter 1503. A stone coffin that was less than the size of a palm and only 4 fingers wide appeared in Yi Fan's hands. Its style was simple and natural, and there were indistinct carvings on it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and other things. They were all ancient objects that had existed since time immemorial. The 9-layered coffin of the legendary era. Yi Fan finally took out this inauspicious object. He was going to use it to attack Mount Meru and break through the Great Thunderclap Temple. Most people were puzzled after seeing it. They revealed looks of doubt and didn't recognize it at all. What use could a palm-sized coffin have? Could it be more powerful than an emperor weapon? Only a few people were moved after seeing it. They vaguely understood its origins amidst their bewilderment, and they immediately thought of many legends regarding this coffin. Is it really a divine coffin from the legendary era? Many people from the ancient races came. A few of the ancient imperial clan elders' voices were trembling. They were closer to the legendary era than the people of today, so they naturally understood more about this type of coffin. Is there something terrifying about it? Many people were puzzled and asked the people beside them. This immediately triggered a wave of discussion. Meanwhile, a few of the older generation experts from the outer realm also looked forward. After getting a bit closer to take a look, they all revealed expressions of shock and their hearts began to beat violently. It really is like that kind of thing. When a few senior experts spoke in a low voice about the coffin's origins and how terrifying it was, everyone felt as if they were doused in ice and snow. A layer of cold goosebumps appeared on their bodies. It was rumored that it was buried above the 9 heavens and would never sink into the yellow earth. Everyone's breathing became hurried and their hearts continuously beat. Where did Yi Fan get this from? He actually had this kind of trump card. It was truly frightening. This kind of thing couldn't be provoked. A single mistake would result in the destruction of their entire clan. The legend of the divine 9-layered coffin is too terrifying. We can't touch it. After seeing it, we should respectfully bury it beyond the heavens and release it into the depths of the cosmos. The Outer Realm saints and archaic imperial clan elders all had serious expressions on their faces. Even those on Yi Fan's side were incomparably solemn. They treated this matter with extreme caution and caution. Among them, there was one whose reaction was the most special, and that was the divine silkworm Taoist. His reaction was far more intense than the others, and with a soaring sound, he stood perfectly straight like a divine sword being unsheathed. He gave off an oppressive aura, completely sweeping away his previous dejection. At this moment, his eyes shone with resplendent divine light, the radiance reaching several li. His lips trembled again and again, his fists tightly clenched. The bystanders naturally noticed his abnormality and carefully inquired about it. However, he didn't pay them any attention. His eyes didn't blink for even a moment, as if he was an immortal statue staring straight ahead. Everyone knew that he had a strange temper, and even the divine silkworm princess was usually helpless against him. Qi Luo, Yi Tong, and the others naturally did not mind and did not disturb him. You want to fight against my Mount Meru? The old monk Mo's voice finally changed. His expression wasn't very good. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, using it might injure yourself first. You don't have to worry about it, Yi Fan said flatly. In the depths of the starry sky, in the battle on the other side of the gods, the indestructible god realm was destroyed. The ancient coffin of the Void Emperor played a great role, destroying all the power of faith. At this moment, Yi Fan took out the 9-layered coffin. Of course, he didn't want to completely replicate the result of the battle in the god realm. The god realm had been tampered with by the celestial being, so the emperor's baleful aura could destroy the power of faith there. However, Mount Meru was different. It hadn't been cursed, so it was impossible for it to be ignited and turned into firecrackers. In the battle in the god realm, the heroes had only used the baleful aura emitted by the emperor's corpse to destroy an immortal divine sect. Now, what Yi Fan wanted to use was the true corpse of the god inside, not as simple as the baleful aura. He wanted to place the entire emperor's corpse inside into Mount Meru. If he succeeded, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. The expressions of the ancient races were all solemn because they clearly remembered an old matter. In the ancient times, a supreme race had once obtained a 9-layered coffin, but it ultimately led to the extinction of their race. All of this was because they had touched the taboo item in the deepest part of the coffin. Back then, when Yi Fan and the others obtained this coffin in the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty, the sacred prince had also solemnly mentioned the tragedy of the ancient times and warned them. But now, even after using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't do anything to Mount Meru. Yi Fan decided to use this trump card. How many people had seen the entire emperor's corpse? It had almost never appeared in the world before. It immediately caused a huge uproar. Ba, excellent, excellent. The old monk chanting Buddha was angry. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. The light in his eyes was astonishing as he stared at Lin Jiufeng's palm. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. With a flip of his hand, he sent the small coffin into the forbidden array formation. There was an empty array flag position at the front of Mount Meru. Clearly, it was left for this coffin. The baleful emperor couldn't win the battle in one go, but if he used the true emperor's corpse to suppress Mount Meru that hadn't been cursed, it would definitely be effective. He should be able to tear the mountain gate apart. In this world, there was nothing that could harm the great emperor. Even if they died, the bodies they left behind couldn't be damaged. Runes flickered in the heaven's source array. Hazy chaotic mist flowed, drawing upon all the source aura of heaven and earth. The patterns spread to the array flag at the front. Yi Fan slit his wrist. Streak after streak of golden blood sprinkled down. He circulated the army formula and sent it into the formation, dripping onto the small coffin. With a gotcha sound, a crack appeared. The first layer was opened. Nothing could be seen on this layer. The small coffin inside was a size smaller, but it was still simple and simple. All kinds of blurry patterns were engraved on it. The god spirit coffin didn't enter the mortal world or the yellow soil. It was forever buried above the 9 heavens. Its origin and care were astonishing. Everyone held their breaths. They were all very nervous. Today, they might witness a grand event that not many people had seen since ancient times. It was destined to be terrifying and would be recorded in the annals of history. The gods are flawless. The mortal world isn't enough to bury them. Even if they die, they won't be tainted. Only the 9 heavens is their final resting place. In the end, they can rest in peace in a place that the mortal world can't reach. Now, the god spirit coffin was placed in the formation. Once it was opened, a world-shaking event would definitely erupt. 1 layer, 2 layers. The small coffin continuously opened. A lot of blood flowed out from Yi Fan's wrist. Golden multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Powerful fluctuations surged violently. It was as if a golden flame was burning as it flew into the formation. The god spirit coffin was wrapped in this golden blood. It seemed as if it was burning fiercely. Not long after, 6 layers had already been opened. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone's hearts were exceptionally stifled. The saints all retreated, hiding as far away as they could. They didn't want to be affected. This place was most likely going to become a land of disaster soon. Stop! The old monk couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes at any time. The golden crown on his head flickered, and a Buddha Tao diagram appeared. A misty expanse appeared, making her entire being seem divine and intimidating. What do you think? Are you going to let Hua Hua leave the mountain? Yi Fan asked coldly. He is a fruit on my Mount Meru. There's nothing more to say. Yi Fan directly interrupted him. The golden blood on his wrist flowed even more rapidly as he directly opened the 7th layer of the stone coffin. When it came to the 8th layer, the blood on his wrist was no longer effective. He pointed at his heart and cut open a wound, refining the heart blood essence. Gotcha! The 8th layer of the coffin opened, revealing the last small coffin. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was holding their breaths. Even the arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas on Mount Meru felt their heartbeats quicken. However, their expressions were still cold and indifferent. They didn't say a single word as they stared silently. The last layer of the ultimate coffin appeared. It was only the size of a thumb and looked simple and ordinary. However, it made everyone feel exceptionally terrified. It was as if they were facing a primordial deity. An invisible pressure surged over. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They were extremely nervous as they waited for the final ancient coffin to open. They wanted to see just what kind of great secret was inside. The last layer was sturdy and immortal. It was extremely difficult to open. Yi Fan had used up a lot of the heart blood essence. His face was pale, but it still didn't move. Gotcha! In the end, he once again refined his heart blood. His body swayed because the consumption was too great. He sprinkled the saint blood essence on the stone coffin. It let out a trembling sound and then left a tiny crack. The smallest crack appeared on the last coffin layer, but boundless emperor fiendish energy rushed out. It covered the heaven and earth like a vast sea. It was boundless and boundless as it rushed straight towards Mount Meru. Everyone's expressions changed. The great emperor's origin hadn't even been released yet, but the endless fiendish energy had already surged out and drowned out everything in front of them. This kind of emperor fiendish energy was the most terrifying. It was a disaster for saints, but for the pure and holy power of faith, it was like fire and water in a different furnace. One was the fiendish energy of the dead, while the other was the will of the living. They were extremely opposing. Under the guidance of the Heaven Origin Great Formation, the formation flags fluttered. The 9 layers of coffin from the legendary era trembled. The emperor fiendish energy flowed endlessly from the crack, filling up the heaven and earth as it rushed towards Mount Meru. Without a doubt, this was a great disaster. This wasn't the divine realm. It wasn't cursed, so the power of faith couldn't be ignited. However, the attributes of the two powers were different. There was a feeling of light and darkness merging together. An intense collision. The last layer of the coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the emperor fiendish energy it emitted was so terrifying. It was as if a starry river was falling down, boundless and boundless. Clearly, this was like a mustard seed containing Mount Meru. There was another universe inside, as vast as a world. Yi Fan activated it and lifted the last layer of the coffin lid. The emperor corpse would appear and suppress Mount Meru, breaking through this place. However, at this moment, he felt an inauspicious aura. The Heaven Origin Great Formations patterns shone, covering the heaven and earth. It made him, who was outside the formation, even more resplendent. Even though it looked divine, Yi Fan still frowned. His body was in intense pain, as if blades were cutting into it. His pores became thicker, steel needle-like red hair piercing out one after another, growing out. At this crucial moment when the emperor corpse was about to appear, this kind of thing actually happened. The Yuan Taoist master's inauspiciousness was greater than the eruption in his later years. And now, it happened to him here. Without the emperor weapon, Yi Fan coldly snorted. Golden blood energy ignited all over his body, burning away all the red hair on his body in an instant. He cut off that strange power. Clearly, things weren't over yet. Woo-woo! Evil winds howled angrily. Demonic shadows flickered about. The distant great earth was dusky. A whirlwind of red hair swept up, actually covering the sky and earth. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It looked exceptionally terrifying as it rushed over. Chapter 1504. Woo! It was as if a ferocious ghost was crying or the wailing of the dead. The world was dark and shrouded by dark clouds. This was a terrifying scene. When had something like this ever happened in front of West Earth's Mount Meru? It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and hundreds of millions of heroic spirits were slaughtering their way out. A red whirlwind engulfed the area. Demons and monsters were everywhere and ghosts wept and gods howled. This place was simply uninhabitable. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and Yin Qi rushed into the heavens. The ghostly wind split the sky and was especially terrifying. The whistling sound rang out non-stop and some of the short mountains in the distance were uprooted. It looked extremely terrifying. Kacha! In the dusky mist, blood-colored lightning suddenly struck out. It was especially eye-catching and beautiful as if blood was blooming. It was horrifying. This unforeseen event was too shocking and left everyone at a loss for a moment. It's raining. Why is it so fishy? Raindrops scattered down from the sky. There was a pungent smell of blood that made everyone's hair stand on end. Looking up, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Between heaven and earth, there was actually a torrential rain of blood that quickly came crashing down. This scene was bloody and spectacular. It was as if small rivers were pouring down. The scarlet color was glaring and smashed onto the ground in the blink of an eye. This was a Buddhist Pure Land. Today, there were so many cultivators here, yet such an unforeseen event happened. It made everyone dumbstruck. It's coming for Yi Fan, Dong Fengyi said. He stared at the gloomy mist and his eyes were filled with wildness. He swung his club and was about to smash it over. The Yuan Taoist master's later years. Ji Ziyue was shocked and worry appeared on her face. Don't act rashly. Don't provoke this kind of thing. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said solemnly. The ominous premonition from before was right. On the surface of his body, a layer of red hair grew tenaciously and drilled out again. It looked extremely terrifying. The people in the distance also understood what had happened. All of them felt a chill down their spines. Someone as powerful as Yi Fan was actually shrouded by an ominous aura, and such a strange unforeseen event happened. Every single Yuan Taoist master will die a miserable death in the end. None of them had a good ending. It seems like his curse has flared up prematurely. As saints, who would believe in ghosts and gods? This is the fatal weakness of a powerful inheritance. It seems strange, but it is actually inevitable. The saints naturally saw the demonic shadows. Some of them even wanted to make a move and catch one to see what was going on. However, they held back in the end. This was because the later years of the Yuan Taoist master were very strange and frightening. In the past, there was a divine body of a saint ruler who lived in seclusion with the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. As a result, blood dyed the great wilderness red. This is fate, heh? Someone said inwardly while taking joy in others' misfortune. Now that Yi Fan was so domineering, no one dared to show it in front of him. Many people stared unblinkingly. Only some old patriarchs of the far ancient imperial family furrowed their brows. The great sage from the outer realms was also deep in thought. I haven't even reached my old age, and you dare to detain me? Yi Fan let out a cold snort, but he was still fearless. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and a layer of his red hair was shaved off. In the end, it was completely uprooted and could no longer grow back. In the past, he needed the green copper cauldron, but now, he only needed to use his own strength. Woo-woo! Demonic shadows flickered, and chilly winds howled angrily. Accompanied by a torrential rain of blood and a whirlwind of red hair, a group of ghost-like humanoid creatures approached. As they approached, one could clearly see that their bodies were covered in corpse hair that was more than half a foot long. Some of them were jet black, and some were scarlet like blood. They were sinister and terrifying. Walala! The sound of iron chains was particularly frightening in the bloody rain and hazy mist. It was as if the spirits of the underworld had come to detain a soul. Humph, I want to see how you can make me feel ominous. Yi Fan was fearless and actually took large strides forward to meet them. Ayo! A mournful howl rang out. It was deafening and intimidating. It was as if a group of malicious spirits had come out of the cage, making many people shiver from head to toe. This kind of momentum was definitely not simple. This was the Holy Ghost King. Do you think I'm as easy to bully as the ancestors? A cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed forward, taking the initiative to attack. Bang! He struck out with his palm and sent a red-haired monster flying on the spot. This was not the ancestors of the past, but a group of powerful Yin spirits. He had no qualms about attacking. The one in the middle was directly smashed into pieces. His corpse turned into meat paste, and drops of blood splashed out. They were like humans but not humans, like ghosts but not ghosts. This was a strange life form. Each and every one of them was very frightening, making people feel apprehensive. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He waved the celestial the arch fist and swept in all directions. The golden fists blossomed with resplendent light like two great furnaces burning fiercely, shaking the sky. Almost in an instant, he dealt with the group of Yin spirits, leaving only one. He grabbed it in his hand and forcefully probed its sea of consciousness to see what was going on. Woo! Unfortunately, this kind of inauspicious creature was only a kind of instinct. It did not have many thoughts, and the clues in its mind were simple and sparse. This was a kind of creature that had just gained intelligence, but it was still in chaos. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. This human sacred physique was too fierce. He did not have the slightest worry when facing the inauspicious creatures. He simply and directly killed a group of demonic shadows, and finally grabbed one in his hand. What a peerless great omen! A heaven-defying fierce person. This was what many people thought, and they could not help but sigh. It was clearly an inauspicious scene, but in the end, it was beaten up by Yi Fan and killed all the red-haired monsters. It was completely different from what the Yuan Taoist master had experienced in the past. In the end, Yi Fan was strong enough. Now that he had the combat power of the great sage, this kind of inauspicious creature could not shake him, and those who came would only be killed instead. After Yi Fan finished searching the muddled sea of consciousness, he smashed the red-haired monster's head with one slap, causing it to fall to the ground and turn into a pool of blood. Then it was burned to ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human sacred physique was so powerful. Who was the one causing trouble for whom? No matter how they looked at it, it looked like he was dealing with a group of country bumpkins, and he killed them all. Underworld. Yi Fan only spat out these two words. After searching through the muddled thoughts, he finally understood. These were the troops of the underworld, and they were here to detain him. Of course, it was not because they were under orders, but because the Genesis technique formation he had set up was too astonishing, and it triggered the instincts of these creatures. Moreover, because of the grandeur of the Emperor Fiend, it also awakened them. The Heaven Source formation and the Evil Corpse Chi were both things that could alarm them, and these muddled creatures were attracted here. The person in charge was not here, and there was no one to restrain them, which led to this result. Sending troops to the Western Desert, the underworld is plotting something big. Yi Fan sneered. Unfortunately, he had caught up with them today, and they had come to detain him. This made him feel quite regretful, and he could not help but shake his head. After killing this group of creatures, all kinds of abnormal scenes disappeared. The old leader of the far ancient imperial family and the great sage from the outer realms frowned, and they also thought of this inheritance, the underworld. Many people muttered to themselves, could it be that they have come? If so, the Big Dipper will not be peaceful in the future. Chasing corpses and chasing spirits, this was the underworld. After so many years, could it be that they were really going to move the Emperor Burial Star? If they succeeded, it would be a sumptuous feast for them. Although it was unexpectedly interrupted, the battle still had to continue. Moreover, the divine spirit coffin was constantly releasing evil corpse chi, and it was eroding the mind power of Mount Meru. Even if he could not ignite it, he could still swallow it. Because the two opposed each other, they would inevitably clash and consume a vast amount of mind power. Yi Fan was very decisive. He drank a jug of the life spring liquid of celestial being to replenish his essence energy, and then he cut open a wound on his chest to refine the essence of his heart blood. He made up his mind to open the lid of the 9th layer of the coffin, and let the Emperor corpse come out to suppress Mount Meru and open a path. The heart blood was like golden liquid, and it was dazzling. Drop by drop, it sprinkled on the divine spirit coffin, causing it to shake violently. The crack became even larger, and the Emperor Fiend surged out, as if it would not stop until it submerged Mount Meru. Yi Fan activated the Genesis technique formation, and the ancient coffin was almost pressed right in front of Mount Meru. Rumble! Mount Meru trembled, feeling a type of threat. The Emperor-level corpse was about to come out, and the pressure was so great that even ancient Buddha Mountain could not remain calm. It fought back tit for tat. Benefactor Yi, are you really going to go all the way? The old monk Emoku was anxious. Yi Fan ignored him. At this point, large amounts of essence blood flowed out of his body, and it was extremely precious. How could he give up like this? Kacha! A terrifying sound rang out. The final layer of the divine spirit coffin buried in the 9 heavens was opened. The coffin lid flipped to the side, and immediately, a gale swept about. The sun and moon trembled, and the rivers of stars trembled. In that instant, the entire western desert felt like it was being crushed by 100,000 mountains. Everyone felt suffocated, and even the great sage felt fear in his heart. The small coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the primal chaos surged within. It was like a brand new world was currently evolving, and the heavens and earth were being created. The stone coffin looked small and could be held in one's palm, but there was another world inside. With a single glance, one's soul would be swallowed, and it felt as if it was as vast as a sea. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't trembling. Including the great sage, many saints couldn't help but kneel down. Their souls were trembling, and their divine senses were about to collapse. From the thumb-sized coffin, the Emperor Fiend and Primal Chaos rushed out, pressing down on Mount Meru together to intimidate. Yi Fan withstood the tremendous pressure, and in the end, he pushed the coffin towards Mount Meru. But with this movement, many of the heavenly origin patterns directly shattered, turning into dust. One has to understand that there were many saint bones, divine materials, and Saint King magical artifacts. But even so, they still couldn't resist the mysterious fluctuations from the Emperor coffin. Great Emperor! Corpse! Everyone's legs trembled, and they spat out these words with great difficulty. It really came into being. Only an emperor's corpse could be like this. Huh. Finally, the primal chaos erupted, and the emperor fiend filled the sky. It completely erupted, and the aura and fluctuations of a true emperor surged out from the coffin, engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The saints were intimidated, trembling with fear. They couldn't even speak. All of this was too shocking. Only one person cried out, and that was the divine silkworm Taoist. His eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, and then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Father, it really is you." The people nearby heard this. Qi Luo, Yi Tong, the old undying, and the others all felt their scalps go numb. This was the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was too inconceivable. The divine Silkworm Princess was also shocked, and said to herself, "Ancient emperor? How is this possible? Didn't they say that his coffin had 9 colors that rushed into the heavens, condensing heaven and earth, black and yellow? It was incomparably huge, and it traversed the river of stars. Why is it like this now?"